Rangers lead the way. We are back at the 42nd annual David E. Grange Best Ranger competition down here in Fort Benning, Georgia. We've got another score update coming your way, and then we will leave this stream up where we will continuously have the updated score as we receive it. Important to note, at the bottom right-hand corner, there will be a accurate as of time, but again, no scores are official until they are posted on the MCOE socials pages and specifically their Facebook page. So these are unofficial scores. We're in the middle of Ranger Reckoning, so there is a lot of movement yet to happen. But as we stand right now, first place, Team 50. Second place, Team 49. Third place, Team 16. Fourth place, Team 46. Fifth place, Team 43. Sixth place, Team 30. Seventh place, Team 21. Eighth place, Team 51. Ninth place, Team 55. 10th place, Team 20. 11th place, Team 32. 12th place, Team 41. 13th place, Team 31. 14th, Team 26. 15th, Team 36. 16th, Team 24. 17th, Team 14. 18th, Team 13. 19th, Team 53. 20th place, Team 27. And 21st, we have Team 47. 22nd, Team 17. 23rd, Team 8. 24th, Team 44. 25th, Team 19. 26th, Team 54. 27th, Team 23. 28th, Team 5. 29th, Team 22. 30th, Team 25. 31st, Team 42. 32nd, Team 45. 33rd, Team 35. 34th, Team 56. 35th, Team 59. 36th, Team 6. 37th, Team 33. 38th, Team 15. 39th, Team 58. And in 40th, Team 1. Some notable things that we'll just walk through real quick. Again, Team 50 and Team 49 of the 75th Ranger Regiment currently in first and second place. The 11th Airborne Division, the unit we talked about during the last stream from Alaska, currently sitting in third place with Sergeant Rymonek and First Lieutenant Nolman together. Again, coming out of Alaska in the Georgia heat, performing very well so far today. Fourth place, ARTB. Fifth place, MCOE. Both of those teams very familiar with Fort Benning, very familiar with the layout of the competition, very familiar with where they need to go, and might be seeing a benefit from just understanding the terrain and the activity we have around us. Then we've got the 5th Corps team in Team 6, the 25th ID in 7th, again with First Lieutenant Evan Peterson and First Lieutenant Jack Monroe, two athletes that are remarkably fast, still moving out there well. Ranger Regiment team in 8th, and then USASOC in 9th, and rounding out our top 10, 25th ID. Again, we are seeing massive movement, especially from like 3rd to 10th place right now. Teams are really shuffling around, they're moving, they're jostling, which means as teams are completing these events, they're absolutely having an effect on the final score. So, as teams come back here, expect that teams come back later in the day are likely going to jump up in score disproportionate to those that come back earlier in the day. If you choose to come back earlier in the day, there is definitely going to be teams that stay out there, try to cash some extra events. If you're unfamiliar with the scoring of the events, we score from 1 to 40. First place on every event today gets 40 points. Last place on every event gets 1 point. If you go to, let's say you were the only team to conduct one of these ranges, which will not happen, but if it did, you would receive 40 points, and no one else would receive any points for that event, meaning that you would have a 40-point advantage just off the bat there. And expect some teams to try and take advantage of that, stay out remarkably late so that they can try to cash more events, more points, and be more competitive as we move into the night road march, night stakes, and into day 2. Again, for our top 3 right now, we have first Team 50, second Team 49, and third Team 16. As we receive new updates, we will post them right to this streaming screen, and then we will come back to you with an update and talk through exactly what it means. Rangers, lead the way. Check, check. Check, check. All right. All right, welcome back to the 42nd annual David E. Grange Best Ranger Competition, brought to you by the National Ranger Association and the Airborne Ranger Training Brigade. We've got a score update. You've seen it on your screen now here for a while. I apologize, I just got back, but right now in first place we have Team 43, second place Team 30, third place Team 50, fourth place Team 46, fifth place Team 49, sixth place Team 16, seventh place Team 26, eighth place Team 51, ninth place Team 20, 10th place Team 36, 11th place Team 55, 12th place Team 32, 13th Team 31, 14th Team 8, 15th Team 21, 16th Team 47. You can continue to go down the line and see the remainder of the scores yourself all the way out to place 40. But what I really want to highlight right now is we've had some major movement between the top first to 10th place. Again, MCOE Team 43 taking charge of the lead right now. And again, some of this is how did you play your tactics early in the day versus late in the day. We are currently 11 hours, 15 minutes, and 49 seconds into the competition. It is 4:49 p.m. Competitors only have a few hours left in Ranger Reckoning to complete these events. And so what we are starting to see is teams that maybe have went the long route initially are now starting to catch up in the number of events that they are completing. It will be impossible to tell until we get to the end of the day. And again, all of these results you're seeing on your screen right now are pre-revisional, and they are not official until MCOE has posted them. We know that a team from 7th ID is currently out there on the course. We will get their score rectified. And again, once the official scores are published, we will go through those as well. But this should give you a pretty good idea of where teams are sitting right now. Some other big movers that we are seeing right now. Team 26th of the 101st Airborne Division moving back up into the top 10 and into 7th place. RTB seems to be hanging around that 3rd to 5th spot right now, and that's Team 46th. They seem to be bouncing between 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, back and forth. We have those two 5th Corps teams again together in 12th and 13th place, probably showing that they had a similar strategy throughout the day, and that they might even be moving together and encouraging one another. Big mover right now. Team 8 is in 14th place out of Fort Carson. They started today in about 36th place after the first event. They are now in 14th place, suggesting that they are absolutely performing out at the ranges and moving up the leaderboard. Something to watch there. As we go through some of the other teams that we've got out here, you can see that some teams have moved a lot, some teams have shuffled more than others, and some teams are starting to stay kind of in a position. If you notice teams staying in a certain position, it's likely because they are consistently performing at a certain level, and maybe some teams are often ahead of them and other teams are often behind them, but they'll start to kind of normalize into a position sometimes through day one. Again, we are still waiting for them to return here to Camp Rogers, where we will be able to show you Malvesti, and we'll also be able to show you Rangers as they enter the pit. And as they enter the pit, they are going to reset for the unknown distance road march tonight, which will take them out to Camp Darby and the night stakes event that is going to be held out there. Teams and places will continue to fluctuate throughout the day. We'll continue to bring you updates, and we'll leave that score as we have it right now on the screen. But again, no scores are official until posted by MCOE on their social media platforms, and these are just provisional scores, and they will be all scrubbed before an official scoring is released. If you have any questions at any time, please post them in the chat. We'll keep an eye out, and then we will also come back to them, circle back, and try to answer them when we get back. We are going to now be awaiting the arrival of the first few teams to Malvesti. Teams have been out in the heat all day. We're going to wait for them here at Malvesti, and then we'll bring that action to you live from here at Camp Rogers. Rangers lead the way.
Tap your mic.
Is that right? Welcome back to the 42nd edition of the David E. Grange Best Ranger Competition. We are out here with a live update for the scoring. Again, I would just like to say that these scores are provisional. They are not final until posted by the Maneuver Center of Excellence on their socials, but they are what we have currently coming out of the talk, and we want to bring them to you now. You'll see them on your screen, and we'll just kind of run through them. In first place, currently Team 43. Second place, Team 50. Third place, Team 30. Fourth place, Team 39. Fourth place, Team 49. Fifth place, Team 46. Sixth place, Team 16. Seventh place, Team 51. Eighth place, Team 26. Ninth place, Team 55. 10th place, Team 36. 11th place, Team 21. 12th place, Team 27. 13th place, Team 32. 14th place, Team 24. 15th place, Team 20. 16th place, Team 31. 17th place, Team 47, 18th, Team 59, 19th, Team 53, 20th, Team 8. In 21st place, Team 13, 22nd place, Team 19, 23rd place, Team 17, 24th place, Team 14, 25th place, Team 41, 26th place, Team 58, 27th place, Team 5, 28th place, Team 6, 29th place, Team 23, 30th place, Team 11, 31st place, Team 44, 32nd place, Team 45, 33rd place, Team 54, 34th place, Team 56, 35th place, Team 22, 36th place, Team 33, 37th place, Team 42, 38th place, Team 35, 39th place, Team 25, and rounding out your top 40, Team 15 of the 10th Mountain Division. Some notable things to go through as we look again. These scores are going to continue to change. An important update we have here on the ground is that the no later than time to be in line to conduct Malvesti has been shifted to 2000 local time. So we are in Eastern Standard Time here at Fort Benning, Georgia. They have until 2000 to get here to Malvesti. We have seen no teams come in yet, which means teams are spending all the available time out there trying to get as many of the ranges conducted and completed as they possibly can. That means that we are going to continue to see movement across these points as teams jostle for position. Team 43 of the Maneuver Center of Excellence has moved into first place, with Team 50 of the 75th Ranger Regiment closely behind, and Team 30 of 5th Corps in third place. Those three teams must be very close because they keep trading as we get updates into the system. Then again, from Team 5 really through Team 16, we have seen a bunch of jumps and movements between those different teams, and they continue to move and progress throughout the day. Again, Team 26 of the 101st Airborne up to 8th. Team 16 from 11th Airborne, now sitting in 6th place. They have jostled throughout the day. Both Team 55 and 36 in 9th and 10th place. They have been moving back and forth between each other, suggesting to us that they may be close in score, but again, we don't know their actual score right now, and we won't know final scores until the end of the day today. These are provisional results that we are bringing to, and again, nothing is final until posted by the Maneuver Center of Excellence onto their socials and their Facebook page. A big mover I can see on the screen right now, though, Team 59 from the U.S. Military Academy moved up to 18th place. They were sitting in 24th, 25th place during our last update. They have moved up 6-7 spots. But again, those jumps don't really mean anything until all the teams are back here at Malvesti. Day one scores are completely calculated and published by the Maneuver Center of Excellence. And then we can see how exactly day one went down and who's in the lead prior to the night road march. With the shift back to a no later than time of 2000 here at Malvesti, you can expect the night road march to step off a little later. So if you were joining us waiting to see the night road march step off at 2000, likely that will be a later start point now than previously expected. Maybe not stepping off till 2100, 2130, but once we get that update, we will let you know. Once they get back here, they're going to go back into the pit that they went in after the water can event this morning. They will ground their gear. They will have an opportunity to kind of reset, refit, and get ready for the unknown distance ruck march, which will go into the night, and then immediately into night stakes. So if the competitors or you thought they were going to get any rest tonight, they are not. They will have to compete through the night. And again, today, on day one, we've got about 25 total events between what's happening today and what's happening tonight, with about 1,000 available points on the board. So teams will continue to shift and move, and especially as fatigue sets in tonight, we expect to see some more movements. Again, just to recap our top three positions: first place, Team 43 currently; second place, Team 50; and third place, Team 30. We'll bring you an update as we get it, or as individuals and Rangers start coming into Malvesti, we'll bring you that coverage live here. Rangers lead the way. they're going to go straight into Malvesti. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Jimmy Moore.
We're about to do a, do you want to join in?
You want to join in? That's how you can help. So I'm not babbling by myself.
Tell me, see if those markers still work. 2 markers.
This is my marker.
No.
That's your marker.
Hell yeah.
How's that?
That's how I planned it.
Did you
Sunglasses on or off?
Somebody farted.
Yeah, somebody definitely
Yeah.
farted. Jay.
Yeah,
It was not me. It was not me.
All right, are we ready?
we're ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the 42nd annual David E. Grange Best Ranger Competition. We are live at Fort Benning, Georgia, and we are here awaiting teams as they complete day 1 and the Ranger Reckoning. Before we get into the day and some recaps of some things we saw out there, we're just going to go through some of the team scores real quick. We have a brief update for you. First place, we've got Team 43.
Yep, second place, Team 50.
Third place, Team 16.
Fourth place, Team 36.
Fifth place, Team 30.
Sixth place, Team 49.
Seventh place, Team 21.
Eighth place, Team 46.
Ninth place, Team 51.
10th place, Team 20.
11th place, Team 26.
12th place, Team 47.
13th place, Team 55.
14th place, Team 31.
15th place, Team 24.
16th place, Team 53.
17th place, Team 32.
18th place, Team 13.
19th place, Team 17.
And 20th place, Team 14.
Then we move on to 21st place, we got Team 27.
22nd place, Team 59.
23rd place, Team 8.
24th place, Team 22.
25th place, Team 19.
26th place, Team 23.
27th place, Team 41.
28th place, Team 54.
29th place, Team 58.
30th is Team 11.
31st place, Team 5.
32nd place, Team 25.
33rd place, Team 42.
34th place, Team 6.
35th place, Team 44.
36th place, Team 45.
37th place, Team 56.
38th place, Team 33.
39th place, Team 35.
And 40th place, Team 15 from the 10th Mountain Division.
There we go. It is important to note again that these scores are provisional. Nothing is official until posted by the Maneuver Center of Excellence on their Facebook page and their socials. However, these are the provisional results currently coming out of the talk, and we'll continue to bring them to you. They are on the screen in front of you for you to see. Some notes just from what we're seeing right now. Obviously, we've seen some movement across the top 5, 6 now, Jimmy.
Yeah.
What does that typically mean when we see movement between teams in clusters like that?
It means it's close, which we've talked about earlier today. It's a function of having all the scores, the similar weights throughout the day. So the event that took 5 hours this morning, it's worth the same amount of points as maybe a 10-minute event where you're doing an HF radio shot. And so it's close, and the teams are going to have to continue to battle for their spots.
Yeah, I think what this is really setting up for is a very highly competitive nighttime iteration. Teams are going to come in. We are going to continue to see them shift, I think, all the way through Malvesti as we see them through here. And then tonight, the night road march. Tell us about the weight.
Yeah, so what is the weight of the night road march?
1.75.
1.75. So this is the first time that the weight increases from 1 to 1.75. And this is interesting because it's also a mass start event. And the unique thing about a mass start event is you can look at how you're doing in relation to other competitors. The competitors haven't been able to do that since the mass start event at the beginning of the competition, and now they're able to see where they rack and stack before they step off tonight, and they're going to be gunning for each other throughout the night on the Ruck March.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You know, there's a difference when you're out there across Fort Benning doing Ranger Reckoning. You have no idea what other teams are doing, and you just have to push because you're worried that someone else is pushing harder than you are. But tonight, what typically we see is this Ruck March starts very fast, and then the teams start to spread out. And as they start spreading out, you get into this funk where you don't think you can catch the team in front of you, and you want to defend the team behind you, and the teams that really fight through that and keep working through the night are usually the ones that are very successful.
Yeah, and that is the strategy. It's an unknown distance road march. Most competitors know that, generally you're going to be around the 16 to 23 mile range, give or take, especially depending on how the day has gone and what the weather is. But people wonder, how do they know how fast to go because it's an unknown distance road march? Well, the reason is because it doesn't matter how fast they complete the distance. What matters is what their place is in relation to other teams. And so they're trying to shake each other out by going fast, by pushing the pace, by trying to create that distance, to create that buffer to enable them to slow down, to conserve energy, to try to lock in that place. Because as soon as you can get a team out of contact and make them think that there's no way they're catching you, that's when you get to take the pressure off and relax a little bit with your partner.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think right now, for those of you at home, we are 13 hours, 12 minutes, and 8 seconds into this competition. What have the Rangers gone through today in the past 13 hours?
Well, they've gone through quite a bit. For those of you who've been watching all day long, I mean, they started out with a 7-mile run, 3.5 miles out, 45-pound sandbag. They run 3.5 miles back. I believe the average pace for some of the lead pack there was about 7:30 pace. That's with plates on, with a 45-pound bag, dropping it off. They run down to Victory Pond, probably about a mile or so. They swam about a half mile, ran back, and then they started the dreaded water cane carry that lasted hours. Yeah.
We are talking, if you weren't here with us this morning, you should go back and watch it. You're going to have to watch it on 2x speed, because when we started this morning, the top teams got through the first event, which are those 3 events that Jimmy just talked about, in about 2 hours and 20 minutes. It took some teams 6 hours to get through the opening barrage here, and that was just the buy-in. A top team was moving through those events, covering about 14 miles, but because every time you dropped the water cans, you had to return to the starts, we had teams covering 25, 26, 27 miles before they could even buy into day one. How does that affect the rest of the day and what we're going to see tonight?
Yeah, I mean, there's an age-old saying, you can do it right or you can do it again. And if you drop a water can, it's a significant penalty. And so those extra miles on the legs really weighed down and influenced their decision-making for the rest of the day. I think it was 13 events over Ranger Reckoning. If you hit every single one of those 13 events, we kind of averaged it out to about 35 miles if however you're starring yourself across the different objectives throughout the day. And so that is taking a toll. It's taking a toll on their decision making. It's factoring into their fueling plan. It's factoring into they might decide we're not even going to go to this event because we want to conserve energy. It's not one of our strengths. We're going to cut sling load and we're going to focus on what we can control. Yeah. And so it really influenced competitor decision making, especially with how many miles were on their legs before they entered Ranger Reckoning, and then also what their fueling plan was looking like, and how the water cane carry event really just completely demolished any fueling plan that people had for the first few hours of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't get your ruck for those first few events. So if you planned ahead and carried the sustenance for 6 hours, good on you. But I don't think most teams were planning to be out there for 4, 5, 6 hours before gaining access to their ruck. And I think that's what we started to see late in the water can carry, as that really started to drag on and drag along.
Yeah, we were doing some public math earlier about like how many goos you'd have to have for it to make sense, or how many, you get to the point where you're gonna have stomach issues, or even if you've got element, drip drop, hoist, all of the staple hydration packets, you also need water.
Yeah.
And so they started to face some of those challenges that really haven't been prevalent for the last few years of the competition. And with open fueling, this year's competition, it presented more decisions for competitors and potentially presented more issues depending on what they trained with.
Yeah, absolutely. We are currently at 6:49 p.m., so just to give you a little overview here on the ground, 7 p.m. ranges go cold here. So that means you can no longer show up to a range. The range will no longer host you. The events are closed. They then have 1 additional hour to arrive back here at Camp Rogers no later than 8 o'clock. Currently, we have had 1 team return to the pit. No, I'm sorry, 2 teams return to the pit. We'll try to get their numbers for you. You can tune into the live streams from Jay and Blaine that are on the ground that are going to cover that. You can go into our live streams. There's another live stream currently going on that will start covering the Rangers as they go through what is going to be a very long last event before the Night Road March, and that is the Bayonet Assault Course into the Malvesti Obstacle Course. What does the Malvesti Obstacle Course look like, and what does it mean to the Rangers?
Yeah, so the Malvesti Obstacle Course, which I don't know how much you can see behind us, but you've got your buy-in of 6 chin-ups, and then you immediately go into your rope climbs. You have your ladder, your confidence climb, and then going into the monkey bars. And if you fall off the monkey bars, which do spin and mess up your grip, you will be going back, and you will be either doing it right or you will be doing it again.
That's right.
There's a lot of water involved. We don't know what's in the water. No one knows what's in the water. There's something they put in there to keep the ranger, to to really mess with them. But ultimately, it ends with a swim under barbed wire, and then they come out of the water and they do 6 more chin-ups, of course. And this is a fast and furious event. You're going to be seeing competitors. You're going to be wondering when you see them go through this event, how can they do this fast, given all the miles that are already on their feet?
Yeah, that's absolutely. It's one of the craziest things to look at the competition. When you see a team come in, you understand that they move 50, 55 miles, most of it under load today. They've been moving for 13 hours almost continuously, and then you watch them do a high explosive event like this, and you wonder, how did they just pull that one out?
Yeah, there's a switch that flips in your head, and they've been doing it all day. For those of you who've been watching at the different Ranger events throughout the day, is they're at a slow rate of movement. They're marching up to the range. They're observing what's going on. They have a plan for the event. They have their attack plan. They have their fueling plan. Maybe they're crushing some simple carbs as they're showing up to a range, and then it's game on. It's explosive. You know, some guys are even ratcheting up their heart rate a little bit just to be optimal right before they start their event. You're going to see some of the same things happening here, and it's pretty incredible to see that despite the miles that are on the legs, there's something about, you know, this competition, the body, the mind, and the spirit. And when you have your body tested, which was earlier this morning, and your mind tested with all the skills throughout the day, these events and some stuff tonight, it's really going to be testing the spirit of these competitors, and you will see it come out on Malvesti.
Yeah. Before we continue talking about Malvesti, and I really want to talk about the grip effect on Malvesti from earlier today.
Oh, yeah.
But we do have a brief score update that we're going to bring to you right now. So I'm just going to go through the top 16 as we see it, and then we can continue to cover what to expect tonight. But currently, first place, Team 50, second place, Team 43, third place, Team 30, fourth place, Team 16, fifth place, Team 36, sixth place, Team 55, seventh place, Team 49, eighth place, Team 21, ninth place, Team 46, 10th place, Team 51, 11th place, Team 20, 12th place, Team 14, 13th place, Team 26, 14th place, Team 47, 15th place, Team 31, and rounding out your top 16 currently is Team 53. Again, all of these scores are provisional. Nothing is official until the Maneuver Center of Excellence publishes the official scores for the day on their social media platforms, but we are trying to be as transparent with you as possible and give you guys updates, because I know if you got a Ranger in the competition, you're watching this from home, you know, every year we want to know how are the Rangers doing out there, you know, how's the day going, and this is the way, you know, we're trying to bring it to you. One thing I want to bring up, again, we saw big shifts between first to 6th, 7th, 8th place.
Yep.
That indicates a very, very tight race out here from day one.
Yep, it's a tight race, a lot of movement around. We're starting to get to the end of the evening here, where earlier on, where we're reporting these live scores, we're saying like, oh yeah, this team might have a lower score because maybe they went far and they're working their way in, or this team might have a higher score because they started early, they're hitting more ranges, and then they're going to work their way out. All of that stuff is coming to a close now, and so the scores that we're seeing coming in, you know, they're going to continue to fluctuate, and they're going to be jockeying for position, but it's going to start fluctuating a little bit less. And then the question is, what places are the teams going to be in before they step off on the night road march? Are they going to know what place they're in before they step off on the night road march? And then what are they going to do with that information, knowing that they're stepping into a higher weighted event this evening?
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, when you're talking about a 1.75 shift for the night road march, that is huge. Now, I believe we are making cuts at some point tonight down to, it's either 32 teams
32 or 28.
or 28 teams. There will be cuts. It is unclear to us right now whether those cuts are happening before or after the road march. But either way, you have a multiplier of 1.75. It is incentive to go out there, push, try to create some distance if you're in a position to create distance, or try to springboard into the top 16. And again, top 16 is important because at the end of Sunday, only 16 teams get to cross this finish line.
Yeah, if your competitor is outside the top 16, it's not anything to be concerned about. There's still a lot of game left tonight and tomorrow, but there are moves that need to be made so they can lock in those spots, because you see a lot of movement in those top 6 positions. But once, like we've said earlier, once you have a team who's number 1 and the scores keep rolling in and they stay as number 1, and then you see that team get number 1 on the road march, they're really starting to separate themselves, and some of the other competitors aren't going to notice it until it's too late.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the first team currently finishing the Bayonet Assault course, which means they are about to move on to the Malvesti obstacle course. We've got Blaine out on the obstacle course running a live stream. So if at any time you want to pivot over to his live stream, go to our YouTube page, which you're on right now. Go to the live channels, find the other live stream that's going to be playing here just momentarily, and we're going to have Blaine out on course, ripping down Malvesti. Let's talk about the effect of the grip on Malvesti. What is going to happen to these guys as they're approaching this course?
So, on a standard day when Ranger students are semi-fresh at Ranger School, they are struggling with the buy-in, buy-out, and the monkey bars. These aren't normal Rangers, but they're smoked Rangers. And I think it's going to be an issue tonight. We see every year, despite how competitive these teams are, how well prepared they are, how much they train their grip, especially knowing this Water King carry is going to be a crucial event, we're going to see grip as a factor tonight. Rope climb, monkey bars, pull-ups, it's going to be a factor on Malvesti, 100%.
So typically how it's run in Malvesti or any of these obstacle courses is if you cannot complete an obstacle, you're not just eliminated, you receive some sort of time penalty, right? And so typically what we see is a team that can get through Malvesti what we call clean. And clean is no penalties. You complete all obstacles as a first-time try. If you are clean through Malvesti, you are likely in the top 10 of that event tonight. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. A penalty on Malvesti, an event that usually for some of the top teams, maybe 3 to 4 minutes on a good clean run. Any penalty in an event that lasts about 3 to 4 minutes is a catastrophic penalty. Even if it's 10 seconds, 20 seconds, it's catastrophic for the level that these guys are competing at.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think we are going to see, like you said, some of the effects of grip from this morning on the chin-ups early, on the rope, on the confidence climb, on the monkey bars. It's really pretty relentless. And one of the things that always makes the final 6 chin-ups so difficult is you're soaking wet afterwards. You're soaking wet, covered in mud, and the bar's wet, you're wet.
One thing I want to say that is a little bit different is usually, historically, they're coming out of the run, swim, run and going into Malvesti. And these guys are usually wet, which is a factor as well. And they're not wet right now, unless they've been, they're sweaty enough that their palms aren't going to be able to get a grip. And so historically, the guys are wet, the rope gets wet. There's a huge advantage to being a front runner so that you can climb a dry rope and get it wet for everybody else. That's not going to be as big of a factor tonight. And so, but there might be a little bit of trade-off. But I do think there's something that popped in my head as you were saying that, the confidence climb. I've seen some guys fall on the confidence climb, when they're relatively fresh. These guys are not fresh, and that takes a lot of coordination, especially with the miles on the legs. That could even be a catastrophic penalty for some teams.
Yeah, the confidence climb or the vertical ladder, depending on what you call it, is these round beams separated by about 3 feet at a time, and you are scaling vertically up them. So you actually have to physically jump to catch the next beam. Thousands of Rangers every year go through those beams. That creates a very slippery surface, even in good conditions on those beams. Even when your grip's good, you can sometimes fail to get a good grab, get a good catch, have to re-grip, and today they're going to do it on not fresh grip.
Those logs are well sanded with Ranger grit, and they are very smooth. I can guarantee that. And another interesting thing about them is some confidence climbs that you see typically across the Army are, they're well built, they're established, they've got like the exact same measurement, the exact same size rungs, they're square or they're 2x4 or they're perfectly round. These are logs, and they're not all the same, and the distances aren't all the same. And you might even see competitors trying to hug one side or another based off of their assessment of how far the logs are apart. What their Ranger stature is, and maybe some potential limitations, and they'll be jockeying for position, and sometimes that's out of their control.
Yeah.
I might be aiming for the left side, and the RI says, Ranger, you're going to the right side. Yeah. I still have to negotiate that obstacle. It doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah, and I think one of the coolest parts about Malvesti as a consistent event here at the Best Ranger Competition is that it is a part of Ranger School too. So all of these Rangers competing today is currently also, or has in the past, gone out and done this course. We have Blaine now on the feed. You should be able to see that on this screen as well, as he's tracking Rangers through the Malvesti obstacle course. It should be up to my left, your right. please give it a look. And if you want to go directly to the action, go switch over there. We will continue to update scores as we receive them here. We are continuing to see more and more Rangers enter the pit. They're entering from the far side from our position, so it is difficult for us to see exactly who's coming in, but we are starting to see more and more teams come in.
Yeah, as the pit starts getting more full, we might spin the camera around and kind of show you what our point of view is here, but we're looking at Rangers coming in. They know what's coming tonight. They've been pacing. Some of them have come in a little bit earlier. They're making decisions about the ruck march. They want some rest time before Malvesti. They know the explosive effort that's required at the Bayonet Assault Course in Malvesti. I haven't done the Bayonet Assault Course before.
Time down here at Fort Benning, Georgia, ranges are now cold, so there is no more opportunity for Rangers to go out to ranges or anything that was out at Ranger Reckoning. They still have 1 hour to return here, and then we have to get all of the Rangers through Malvesti. So we are likely here for a few more hours watching Rangers come in and then execute. We have the first team completing Malvesti. If we can turn the camera real quick and watch these guys come in. We have a team coming in right now to Malvesti. They finished, and you can see just how tired they are. Can we turn the camera on to these guys?
Yeah, and I just seeing these teams walking up, they to the somebody who doesn't know what they've been doing all day long, they look kind of fresh. They look like they're walking up with their rucksacks and their rifle, and they're ready to attack the next objective, which if I'm the enemy, I'm going to be a little bit scared to see that, to know that these guys have all these miles on their legs and they still look fresh. But then if you turn to this team that just finished the Bayonet Assault Course and Malvesti, they're exhausted. Like they're coming back down. They just finished a highly explosive event, and now they're trying to recollect themselves before tonight. And that really just shows how they have to ramp things up. You got a team who's coming into the pit after moving all day long. They look kind of fresh somehow. And then you have a team who's coming off of Malvesti, this explosive effort, and now they're reconsolidating.
Yeah, and what you just saw them do with the camera on them is you saw them finish, you saw them get down by that cooler, and you started to see them writing. Those are cognitive tests that they're being asked to do. They are being quizzed on Ranger history, Ranger standards, the Ranger handbook. It's all fair game out here. And then afterwards, they are going back. But those tests accumulate over time. So at the end of the competition, they are called the Ranger 6, Ranger 7 quizzes. Only the Command Sergeant Major and the commander here at the Airborne and Ranger Training Brigade know the questions that are going to be asked. And then at the end of the weekend, we're going to tally up those scores. So those scores will not come into contention until the very final event. So again, we could see some movement from competitors just off quizzes and tests after it's all said and done.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, those are a much higher weight. I want to say a weight of 3.
Yes.
Yeah, weight of 3.
Yes.
And so, an interesting thing here, I got brushed up on some of my H2F classes this week. Your heart rate, when it is hitting above like that 145, 150 into the 160s and 170s, which is 100% where they are right now coming off Malvestis, you're not thinking straight.
No.
And these competitors are trained to bring themselves down, to recenter. There's amazing H2F staffs that work with these competitors for 3 to 4 months with their units in order to prepare them for events just like this. Hey, you just finished Malvesti, now do a quiz. Hey, you just came out the Bayonet Assault Course or the water cannon carry, solve this Rubik's Cube or something like that. There's some teams that really have fun with it, and I'm really curious to see if teams are applying some of those skills that their staff has taught them and coached them up on, and if it's paying off.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the cognitive element of this can't be understated when you talk about, hey, next time you go out for a workout, simple protocol. Print off 2 multiplication tables. Old school, like you're in 4th grade again. Do 1 clean, time yourself. Do 4 or 5 400-meter sprints, try it again. guarantee you your time is slower because the brain can no longer process, because carbs are being diverted from the brain to other parts of the body to try and keep you going. You're actually in like a fight or flight type of mode, trying to do these cognitive assessments, and everything in the Ranger handbook. And you are cold, sleepy, and tired, how do you continue to push, make good decisions, and carry on to the Ranger objective?
I would love to get a hold of the heart rate data from all their arm sleeves and the black ohm stuff, just to see what they could do with this information. the stream at all.
23 right there.
Yeah.
There he is. That's the guy. That's half. That's one half. The worst half of the winning.
Looks great. That looks great.
All right.
All right, we're gonna test
That
here.
team's done.
We're gonna see if we've got
looks like
audio
Jay's
back up.
Not on the obstacle course yet, so we're gonna hang out a minute. So the
I like
first
the
two
split
teams
we
have
have
come
here.
through.
We got us providing some
We're gonna
color commentary. You got
hang
the
out here
most
until
recent
I see
score
Jay
standings
moving with
down
the
down
next
at the bottom
team.
right of the screen. You
And
got
then,
the Malvesti footage in the
and
middle, the right middle of the screen. I think the last thing we're trying to figure out. Sounds like we're good. Sounds like we're good.
All right, it sounds like we've got audio backup. If you can let us know in the comments if you can hear us chit-chatting, that would be fantastic help, just so we make sure we're not in an echo chamber here. But again, we've now seen a couple teams go through Malvesti. We've navigated chin-ups, the rope, the vertical ladder, the horizontal ladder, the swamp, and then getting some more chin-ups in. We are starting to see some teams move through there, and then they've got a cognitive test at the end here. You can see the different live streams on your screen. You can pivot to those. We've also got the score in the bottom of the screen as well. Please take a look at that at any time. You can shift and pivot to these other live streams that are going on right now. But right now, we've got teams coming back in from Ranger Reckoning, getting into the pit, and then they've got to conduct Malvesti.
Yeah. And we might have missed a couple things here, but I'm seeing clean runs across the board. So
Yes.
what that tells me is that the competitors, they see where they're at, they know where they are, they're making decisions in terms of speed, in terms of aggression on Malvesti to make sure that they're getting clean runs so that they're not getting those catastrophic penalties.
Yes.
I think they're being smart.
Yep.
The interesting thing will be when teams are doing that and they're being smart and they're being a little bit conservative, all it takes is one Black Horse team that nobody's thinking about. They're in 30th place and they're like, screw it, let's go as fast as we possibly can, and then they just start to shake the whole leaderboard. It happens.
Yes, absolutely. The other thing that I am watching for right now is how our team's moving and how our team's helping one another still. At this point in the day, you are tired. I just want you to think, if you are just coming to us now or you've been with us all day, we are 13 hours and 41 minutes into this competition. I just want you to review your day real quick. Maybe like most people, you just woke up, you had breakfast, you went to work, you came back from work, now you're probably eating dinner chow. These guys have moved 50, 55, 60 miles. We are seeing them return back to Camp Rogers right now after a 13-hour onslaught in the heat, and they are still being asked to do more. It's pretty brutal. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they got Thunderstruck playing in the background. I think that's the only thing that's fueling these guys right now. But seriously, if you're sitting here at home watching this and thinking you're tired right now, just think about what these guys are feeling. And they're not only accounting for the entire day behind them for what they're doing right now, they're also accounting for everything that's about to happen tonight and then over the next 2 days.
Yeah. So I just heard over the radio, we got a call that the top time currently at Malvesti is about 14 minutes and 24 seconds clean. Now again, this is not traditional Malvesti. We are not running just Malvesti. There is a bayonet assault course in homage to our World War I, World War II Rangers out there. A bayonet assault course into a full Malvesti, which includes a series of 6-7 walls that you have to navigate, climb over. If you've been here, you know it pretty well. And then you get to go into Malvesti. So a 14-minute run through all that is actually a pretty impressive time to be hearing at this part of the competition.
Yeah, so we'll keep that 14-minute time in our heads and see if we come up with anything faster. But yeah, those walls I'm thinking about right now, trying to do the vault over those walls at the end of a long day.
Yeah.
Because what you really need to do, if they have like a little piece of footing, you're trying to get a toe or something there so that you can push yourself up. But if it's completely flat, they have to figure out how to get up that wall. Maybe they're helping their buddy, and then the guy who's like sitting on top has to reach over.
Yeah.
The question is, did they know that they were going to be doing full Malvesti? Did they practice going over walls together? Did they practice doing it with this many miles on the feet? This is where some of the things that come out for a 14-minute time is good right now. That might be the best time of the day, and
Yeah.
it just goes, it gets worse from here. Who
Yeah.
knows?
Yeah, who knows? And that's what's really interesting about this format, where we
they cut one. But this is one of those teams I would expect to be optimizing the event, trying to hit as many things. They're not gonna try to come in 90 minutes early to rest for Malvesti. They're optimizing all day long.
Yeah. And again, ranges shut down here at Fort Benning at 7 o'clock for the competition. So you were not allowed to go to a range after 7 o'clock. And then they had one more hour until 8 o'clock Eastern time to be back here at Fort Benning, Georgia, Camp Rogers. We are now seeing teams come in from the day, and we are seeing teams immediately go to the tent. They are getting checked in. They're returning their map. They are getting put in the pit and then put in line to go bayonet assault course into full Malvesti. Top time on the course right now, 14 minutes. Like Jimmy said, we'll keep that in our little steel traps here, and we'll continue to listen over the radio to see if we get any updates on faster times being laid down.
Yeah, and the ranges have been cold for 19 minutes now, so they're compiling scores. They're figuring out where do people stand, what events. If a Ranger team didn't go to an event today, it's not necessarily a penalty against them, but they just don't get points for that event.
Yes.
I was explaining it to I was explaining it to one of my kids this morning. But if there's like 3 trees and Daddy goes and touches all 3 trees and then he comes back, he gets 3 points. If Daddy only touches 2 trees, he gets 2 points, but he's getting 2 out of 2.
That's right.
And so figuring that out, it is part of their strategy today, and so there's these teams that are coming in and they might have hit every single point out there.
Yeah.
But that racking and stacking is going on right now behind the scenes.
Yes.
And they're figuring out, all right, the Team 56 is hitting. They hit 10 out of the 13 events. That's out of the 1,000 points available today, here's where they are.
Yes.
And so the scores that we come out, they're going to be getting more and more accurate. And this Malvesti piece is that last piece they need, the last piece of the puzzle before they go out to the ruck tonight.
That is correct. You know, we are currently witnessing one of the greatest endurance and military competitions in the world. And I think, regardless of the endurance event, this pushes people to an entirely different place. You know, when you're running 100 miles or a marathon or doing an Ironman or a half Ironman, you know it's going to end. It's pretty predictable pain. Here, these guys basically just went through the equivalent time of an Ironman, and we are just getting warmed up. We are just getting started as the sun is starting to go down on Fort Benning, Georgia. We've got a team coming into the pit right now. Can't tell the number from here, but we've got a team coming into the pit. You can see them starting to get that day one walk going. Where you're starting to feel the fatigue, and you just gotta continue mission.
You know, I was just thinking too. We keep bringing up the music, but like, if I'm a team who's coming in, I just kind of realized I'm not expecting this.
Yes.
I'm not expecting Malvesti. I know I'm probably expecting more more spectators here, but I'm not expecting Malvesti to be a jam. I'm not expecting music here. It can, for these guys. They're in an interesting state right now, and this could be exactly what they need in order to kind of like lock in, flip that switch that we talked about, to enter that little more explosive anaerobic mode, to get a time that's going to help them. That means something to come after a long day, and then you come into Malvesti and music is bumping and you're ready to go.
Yeah, you cannot underestimate the small things out here that bring you back to life. You have been out there with your thoughts and your partner, fighting through an extremely hot day, 13 events. You know, you brought up, hey, how many events did they choose to do? Did they complete all of the events? I think it's important to note that last year in this format, the top teams were completing
Let's go make it up on the bow and arrow shot. The 5 hour, you got the 5 hour water can carry event and the bow and arrow shot. They're worth the same amount of points. Let's ruck the extra 5 miles to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think as well, we are starting to see, I'm trying to see a number out there right now.
I saw Team 5 come in just now.
Team 5 came in.
Team 5.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. So we're seeing teams come in. We're getting ready for Malvesti. We've got teams coming in through Ranger Reckoning. We're going to continue to reach out for a score update and see how the score progressed throughout the day. We've got Blaine out on course running Malvesti. You can see that on the side screen here shortly, and we'll get that back up rocking and rolling. However, right now, I think one thing, you know, maybe we should start touching on is what does night stakes look like? What are some of the events they're going to experience tonight? And what is that going to really entail?
Yeah, so for anybody who's not keeping score at home with all the events going on, so we had Ranger Reckoning all day long. We've got the Malvesti, we've got the Ruck March, and now we have events that are going to go through the night. They're not guaranteed bedtime. And so I gotta pull up my my notes here about all the different events they have going on tonight. But I can tell you, I'll tell you a story real quick before I check what events they're actually doing tonight. Is when I finished my 23-mile road march a few years ago, one of the first things I did after my layout to verify I had all my items and no penalties is we body breached a door. And so we're sitting here trying to kick down a door after 30 plus miles throughout the day, and then a 20 plus mile ruck with who knows how heavy the pack was. And the first thing they have you do is you're trying to kick down a door with your partner. It wasn't fun and it hurt. You're cognitively impaired, you're physically impaired, and then I think shortly after that we were packaging a casualty and carrying them somewhere, and I think there was a shooting event involved as well.
Yeah.
So there's a whole lot that happens at the night that unfortunately there's not as much coverage, but they're going to be tested cognitively and physically and spiritually,
that's
throughout the night. There's a whole lot that goes into night stakes.
Yeah. We had the Reptile team here earlier today. They're doing reptile identification night. They're doing vehicle identification night. They've got a call for fire lane going on out there, Javelin to the EIB standard. They've got some intersection, resection, and some land navigation style tasks to get through tonight. And the classic night weapons box is back, baby.
The night weapons box.
The night's weapons box.
Strobe lights.
Is a tough event. Let's explain it. Weapons box. You've got a disassembled M4, 249, 240, and the M17 in a box, ready to pull out, rock and roll. You have to assemble all of them either with your partner or alone. Not sure how they structured it this year, but explain how complicated that can get pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, so you open the box, you just see all the parts scattered. It requires expert proficiency with the weapon system, and I think sometimes they throw in a shotgun, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe a foreign weapon. I think they've done AKs in the past. But usually there's music playing. It's not as motivational as this music that they have here. And there's strobe lights. It's very disorienting. It might be under NVGs, night vision goggles. It might not. And so it's very stressful. A lot of these competitors have practiced for that staple event, though. They know when they open the box, they're looking for very specific items, and they know I'm responsible for this weapon system.
Yes.
You're responsible for this weapon system, and they're going to have some sort of strategy. They know what the parts feel like. They know where they want to put them. I know guys who will grab the retaining pin and they'll stick it in their teeth and they'll just hold on to it because that thing is finicky, and if you find it, you want to hold on to it. And they have different strategies where it's like, hey, if I find one of your piece, I'm either going to hand it off, or they might have a TTP where they leave it in the box. They say, don't touch my pieces. I don't want to, I don't want to fall into a situation where you're holding my piece, you think you're helping me out as a partner, but you're actually screwing me over as I'm looking for it in the box.
Yeah.
So there's a whole lot that can go wrong in the weapons box event. There's a whole lot that can go right as well if they practice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it speaks to the level of attention to detail you have to have if you want to be successful in this competition. There's literally no stone left unturned for the teams coming here to compete to be the best ranger.
Digital pictures. Did have a worm pit. Lucky us.
Let's give that a try for just a second because it's starting to boost with the rest of the mic.
Did have a worm pit. Lucky us.
All right, I'll keep talking. Keep talking. I'll hold my phone to the ear.
Test, test.
We are again trying to reconnect audio. Oh, yep.
Hey, there we go. We're back.
It's the global key.
Team 54 on their way into the pit. Good strides, good gait, looking motivated. Tight rucks, ready to go.
All right, I'll keep talking. Keep talking. I'll hold my phone to the ear. We're again trying to reconnect audio. Oh, yep. All right, we are back. Sorry, Jimmy Moore and I have been babbling about the Malvesti obstacle course for maybe about 20 minutes. It was absolutely silent to all of you. Please let us know if audio cuts out at any time. And again, we will try to reestablish that. Hopefully you can hear us now. Hopefully the audio is working well. We're testing on our phones. I can hear myself speak, which I don't necessarily prefer, but we are rocking and rolling right now. So,
Hey, it was good conversation.
yeah, it was still good
We
conversation.
talk about this stuff anyway when we're
That's
not
right.
doing
That's
this.
right. So we've got a question in the comments. When do they cut teams? They are going to cut teams here at Malvesti after every team has done Malvesti. We are going to cut down to 32 teams. 32 teams, and then those teams are going to continue to move on to the night road march tonight.
So the cut is before the night road march.
The cut is before the night road march.
think
We
I
are
missed
moving to
that.
32 teams
Wow.
after Malvesti.
Okay, so we're really looking for if you're locking in a place before Malvesti and you're sitting around that bubble of 33, it's the same level of intensity as we saw this morning for those teams that are on that 41 cut, that 40 line cut. It's go big or go home at that point. And
Absolutely.
So we might see some times. I think the fastest time we've heard of so far on Malvesti, bayonet course with full Malvesti included about 14 minutes.
Yes.
If I'm a team who's coming in, I'm sitting around that 33, 34 range, I'm going all out. I'm looking at my buddy, I'm saying, hey, we got to go all out or else we're going home tonight. It's literally go big or go home.
Yes, absolutely. And we've got more and more teams getting to the pit right now. They are getting back to their sustainment bag. I believe we were not on audio when we talked sustainment bag. It is a candy bag filled with surprises for the competitors. How does that differ from previous years? What are they coming back to?
Yeah, so previous years you get issued 12 MREs per person or something like that, maybe 6 MREs per, and you're coming up with a fueling plan based off of what the U.S. Army issues you, which there's a lot of merit to that. But also, an interesting thing is that there's a lot of performance to be unlocked by allowing some of that outside nutrition, such as goo, tailwind, element. Not sponsors of the Best Ranger competition yet, but drip drop. You got your hoist. You got there's a lot of those things that competitors train with and they use, but then they might not be able to use in the competition. And so in previous years, a lot of competitors would train with MREs, which then actually decreases some of their effectiveness while they're training up. And so we got rid of all that.
Yeah.
And it's open. And so it's open nutrition. Open nutrition. Whatever you pack out, you got to pack it in. You got to eat. You're gonna eat it. You got to carry it with you at sometimes. But it opens up the decision making, which can fluster some teams, but it can also benefit a lot of teams. I'm thinking what's in those bags is there's something that they really need, and there's also something they really, really want.
Yeah. I spoke to some teams before the competition that were packing like bagels and peanut butter and jelly in there to have, something that was more resemblant of real food. Some teams that were packing, honey stinger waffles and extra gels. Some of them having their go bags for their ruck march, or a go pocket of little goodies, And now, again, teams just went through Malvesti. They're going to be wet, and they're going to want to get dry. So hopefully one of the things they pack in that sustainment pack is a dry uniform as they're just sitting here waiting for the night road march. They don't want to get cold.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing you brought up there, the uniform, is because, you want to change your own dry uniform. You want to hang out in the dry uniform. But then when you go step off on the ruck tonight, what kind of uniform you want to be wearing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got a question right now about Team 41 and 42. I am searching for you right now for Team 41 and 42. I am not seeing it on my end, but I will continue to look. Once we get that update for you, we will let you know. We've got a team crossing through Malvesti right now. Again, this stream brought to you by Battlefield 6, the National Ranger Association, here to try and give you some better coverage of the Best Ranger competition this year. Has Team 54 gone yet? I do not know at this point. I don't think I've seen Team 54 come through here yet, but I think I've seen them enter the pit.
I think we saw Team 54 just enter the pit, so they should be starting off pretty soon.
Okay.
But yeah, the interesting thing about the uniform is they come out of Malvesti, it's wet, maybe you have a little bit of time for the ruck hold, you're trying to figure out if you made the cut to start the night road march. You maybe throw on a dry uniform to hang out for a little bit and get comfortable. What's your philosophy? Do you put the wet uniform back on for the ruck march, or are you going to put the wet uniform in the ruck and do the ruck with the dry uniform? There's different schools of thought there.
Yeah, seeing how they are giving competitors until 8 o'clock to get back here, and we've got 14-minute runs on Malvesti. They're probably overlapping by a third, but you got 40 teams to get through, let's say, 5 minutes at a time. You are talking 2 hours of Malvesti going on. I would not want to be cold. I'm probably getting into a dry uniform and then maybe changing back into my wet uniform right before the road march. But something dry to just hang out. Usually the competitors have a tent so they can kind of hide and de-blouse a little bit. Not the case this year. They are in the pit, being monitored by RI, being monitored by everybody. So they're going to have to make a decision pretty quick about what they're going to do.
Yeah, and you're going to see teams that decide to pack up the wet uniform and wear the dry uniform. Maybe it's just how they're managing risk tonight. Maybe they've got a chafing issue or something that they're trying to manage. But keep in mind, if you pack that wet uniform into your ruck, that's extra pounds that you're carrying all night long, unknown distance road march, and it's not getting any drier, and it might be getting your other stuff wet too. And so usually these competitors are tempted to wear that dry uniform to get comfy, but we all know as Rangers, usually you got to choose that harder right over the easier wrong. You got to choose the grittier thing. Hard day today, easy day tomorrow. The best answer is to put the wet uniform on and let it dry out as you're rucking all night long.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. We are going to do a quick score overview real quick. We're getting an update. Again, these are provisional scores from the first day of the Best Ranger competition. They are not official until posted by the Maneuver Center of Excellence on their YouTube or on their Facebook. But we are going to give you those scores right now as we're watching teams go through Malvesti. Right now, what we've got from day one, we've got first place, Team 50.
Second place, Team 43.
Third place, Team 55.
Fourth place, Team 30.
Fifth place, Team 49.
Sixth place, Team 16.
Seventh place, Team 46.
Eighth place, Team 36.
Ninth place, Team 51.
10th place, Team 20.
11th place, Team 14.
12th place, Team 21.
13th place, Team 31.
14th place, Team 53.
15th place, Team 13.
16th place, Team 47.
17th place, Team 8.
18th place, Team 27.
19th place, Team 32.
20th place, Team 26.
21st place, Team 17.
22nd place, Team 19.
23rd place, Team 24.
24th place, Team 59.
25th place, Team 22.
26th place, Team 5.
27th place, Team 54.
28th place, Team 41.
29th place, Team 44.
30th place, Team 11.
31st place, Team 6.
32nd place, Team 23.
33rd place, Team 42.
34th place, Team 45.
35th place, Team 56.
36th place, Team 33.
37th place, Team 25.
38th place, Team 58.
39th place, Team 35.
And rounding out 40th place, Team 15th from the 10th Mountain Division.
Jimmy, for us to do that cognitive test right there, we may have failed. We are reading through this with a tongue-tied fashion, but we are here. We are pumped up. We will continue to try to bring you best coverage. That is the live, unofficial score as of 7:29 p.m. That is post-range shutdown. I'm sure there are still a few more alibi scores to come in from day one. But again, that is as of 7:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No scores are official until posted by the Maneuver Center of Excellence social media platform.
Yeah, so here I'm seeing 6th place, Team 55, moving from 6th place at the last unofficial score up to 3rd place. So a little bit of jockeying for position, those top 6 spots. 1 and 2 staying in position. That signifies a little bit of separation. And then it looks like after those top 2 spots, there's still a little bit of room for positioning, and then it's anybody's game beyond that those top 10.
Yeah. Again, we've seen a lot of movement inside that top 10, even from the last pitch. So, Team 50th wasn't in first place. Now they're back in first place. Team 43 was in first place. Now they're in second place. You've got the Team 16, Team 46, Team 36, Team 55 making a big jump into third place. But again, that means it's tight through there. And then, again, maybe I'm a little biased. I spent some time at the 4th Infantry Division. Team 8 is currently in 17th place. They finished the water can carry in about 34th, 35th place.
Okay.
They are now sitting in 17th. That means that they executed their plan today. They are sitting in good shape, and it also, to me, indicates that they've probably got a little bit more left in the tank.
Yeah, they had a good day overall. If you're going up places after Ranger Reckoning, that's giving me data for what night stakes are going to be like, what tomorrow's going to be like, because you know how you stand up against your competitors now in mass start events, and then how you stand up against your competitors on those technical and tactical and marksmanship skills, which is being tested throughout the competition. I'm feeling pretty good if I'm from 4th ID and I'm moving up from between the mass
Team
start run
47. Anybody
event
looking
and
for Team 47?
the insane
I bet I
event
saw
that
some
was,
traffic
and
earlier
I'm
where
gaining
somebody was
positions
looking
all
for
day long.
46.
Yeah, and I think it shows you,
47 just
you
got
can come
on,
here, you can
Malvesty.
execute a plan.
They're getting ready to
The
come
first
over the
event
walls
is
right
just
here.
the first event. I remember preparing for
47
the
right there.
competition, starting first
These
class
guys are gonna move
Rolfies,
through this pretty
a
quick,
winner,
looks like.
sat me down and was like, hey, first run, I took last place. I ended up winning the competition. So sometimes it's saving that effort
Oh, yeah,
from the
they're
first
making
event
quick
and then
work of this.
translating it throughout the day.
These
That
walls
is
are
really
just
how a team can kind of
a
capitalize or
hurdle to these
multiply an
guys.
opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I think the team that came in first place on the
No
mass
Team
start
54
event,
yet, haven't seen them.
which I believe they won by about 30 to
Don't know
45
that I'll
minutes
remember
or
when they
so.
get here
I
to
think they
shout
were
them
about
out.
halfway in
I
the
will
field as
definitely
they started the
get- I will-
carry.
I'm getting
They
everything that
knew
comes
that the
through, so.
carry was going to be that decisive point of that first event, and they conserved their
46
energy
is
and they
not
just
47
waited
here,
until it
46
was their
we're
time
still
to
waiting
strike.
on.
It was
So-
almost as if the entire first event was a warm-up into that position. We've got a team right now that just finished Malvesty. We can see them right here. That's Team 20. So Team
We're gonna
20, if
catch
you're
you.
cheering on Team 20, Team 20 is through Malvesty. They are on the other side of it. They're catching their breath.
'Cause they're
They're
gonna
going
make
to
quick
enter
work
that
of it.
cognitive skill portion of
pull-up
this
bars,
where
I'm
they've
sure.
got to take a little test. I can tell you the pit is filling up. Maybe we can flip around the camera real
flip the
quick
pit.
and we can look at the pit real quick. And people can see how many people have kind of showed up, how many people are in the pit, are engaged, are talking to RI. You can see some dry uniforms on competitors. Hopefully they didn't put that on
Yep,
pre-Malvesty
Team 47,
because
right there, that's
Malvesti's going to get it wet anyway. But you can see
Team
the
6.
competitors really
We're
starting to
still
prepare
waiting on 6.
for what's
Hey,
to
they
come,
could be
and a
in the
few
pit. I have
competitors
no idea.
already through. If we turn to this team that's walking up from the 25th ID, you can see they're wet. They've completed Malvesty. They get to
And
go into
we'll
the
wait.
rock hole.
Okay,
They get a
remember on
little
this
time to
one,
rest.
Yeah,
It's
the
all about
interesting
the
thing I've seen
technique,
here is like the
wrapping that
gait
rope
and the
and getting
team
it on the
members
foot and
here.
stepping
So
on it.
if you
So you'd
are
have to
seeing
use all
guys
upper
who are
body.
showing up
No,
to
these are
Malvesty,
RTB guys
they've
right
been
here,
they've been
ARTB.
rucking from wherever their final range was. Now they're coming here. They're showing up to the pit, and their gait is strong. They look good. They hear the music. They're feeling motivated. They know what's to come. But then you see the teams who are coming off of Malvesty, and they kind of go back to a limp. That's very common. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're injured, but it just shows how they're regulating. Where if you come to the left here and you see this team that's walking in to Malvesty, you got a strong gait. They're ready to go. They're taking quick steps. Teams coming off of Malvesty, slow steps. They're hobbling, and it just shows how they're upregulated
There we
coming
go.
into an
These
event,
guys
and then
look
they're
all right.
down-regulating. They're kind of heading into. They start to feel a little bit more aches
Guessing
and
these
pains
guys are
after
Ranger
the event is over.
instructors.
Their body's telling them, hey, you have a little bit of time before the next event. I need you to focus on this.
Yeah.
Please use your canteen as a foam roller and roll out your quads. Just
Yeah.
at least once, please. That's
Absolutely.
what their body's telling them.
And Jimmy, you talked about earlier
guys
how
are doing
teams are going to warm up a
Quick
little
work,
bit
like I
before some
said,
of
on
these
this
events. So
court.
you see guys come in,
Not
they're
sure if these
hobbling
guys
around
are
a little bit.
mountain rangers.
Maybe they're a little, sensitive footed,
Could
and
be
then all of a
from
sudden it's
Benny.
game time.
Not sure
You'll see them
which,
take a couple hard jumps, maybe a few sprints,
train
and all of a
battalion
sudden they
they're
turn it
from,
back
but they are
on,
from
and they start
ARTB.
going through the event again.
know that much.
And you can really see how, then they come out of that event and they're going to conserve all the energy they possibly can get to hopefully a horizontal plane before the ruck march. Maybe take a little nap if you've got the time to get it in. Get some calories in, get some liquid in, get a quick snooze, and then know that you've got a long night ahead of you.
I don't know if anybody's snoozing with this music going on. I would be very frustrated if there was a speaker right next to my position. I think I would probably ask them to move it. But it looks like it's a pretty even playing field. They all, maybe if somebody brought some earplugs, if they considered this as
be a lightweight option for your goodie bag out here. We have a few live streams going on, so if you're on our live stream right now listening to us, you can always pivot to Blaine's live stream. He is out on Malvesti's course right now, watching guys go through what looks like the horizontal ladder and the swim portion of Malvesti. So if you want to just go watch that clean, you can go watch that clean. We've got scores for you coming up in and out of this screen right now, and then we will continue to, as we receive score updates, update you. We will make sure that you get a clean update prior to stepping off for the road march, or at least in vicinity of stepping off to the road march.
Yeah, and if you're just now tuning in,
Three
they
quarters
will
done.
be making
That's all right,
the first cut, the second cut before the night road march. So
I'm
top
looking for 'em. I
32
don't see Jay
teams
yet.
are the ones who are going to start the night road march. If you are in
Remember,
the
Jay's running
33
through
to
the-
40
through the,
slot, by the
Van
time they
Ness
compile
Course.
all the scores before the night road march begins, unfortunately, they will not be continuing on with
So
the
the
Best Ranger
sun
competition.
is just
this year.
about down
Yeah.
here.
Team 8
down
headed
low
to the
enough
pit right
behind
now.
the
That's
trees
that
that
team we
it's-
were talking about from
I'm
Fort
actually
Carson.
starting to
Started
cool off.
today in about 34th,
So these guys
35th
are
place.
soaking wet.
Currently right outside of the top
They're
16.
gonna have to,
Got to be in the
because
top
they've been
16
hot
to
and
finish the
exposed all day,
competition.
they're gonna
Something
have to
fun to watch.
get out
There's
and
movement throughout the whole board though still,
get
so
out
we
of
are
this water and get
very
across.
active,
If they're gonna hold it.
very tight, very close competition still, and I have a feeling that this one is going to move tremendously throughout the night.
Yeah, I mean, moving up after those Ranger Reckoning events, like we said, like that's a good day. That is a good day. The feeling I've gotten before as a prior competitor to come in after a long day, and like you might be feeling good about some events, you might be feeling like, oh man, we really left some points on the table at this event that we should have really been good at. You gotta let that go. You gotta have short-term memory. But then when you come in and like you link arms with your coach and they kind of giving you a couple updates,
Trying to
and
catch
you maybe
these
find
teams
out that
coming
you
in
had a
on the
better day
road.
than you thought, it can
There's
really
a
raise
team coming in
morale
there.
before they go into this Van and assault course.
Team
in Malvesti
15
and
went already. I don't
especially the
think
night
Team
road
16
march.
is
Yeah,
done yet.
absolutely. On your
Team 59
Team
approaching
22
Malvesti
and
pit as
Team
well, coming
20.
in from the ranges.
Looks like Team
Team
22,
59
Team
in
27
from the ranges
coming
on
in,
your
so they'll
screen
be-
right now. You are seeing
they'll be out here
Malvesti
shortly.
being run. These are
not
Rangers
take
that are
long.
at the
They're
final
cycling
chin-ups
through pretty quick,
as they're at the,
so
as they're
back here
knocking
and
those
catch
out. They're
this next team
running
coming
back
through.
to
They
the
look like-
final pit,
gonna
and they
catch
will
them
get back to
on-
that final pit
catch
and
them on
be
the
complete
monkey bars.
with day one. At least the first
We'll get
part of
these-
it as we
get these guys
transition
in
into
that
the night road march
water
and
event.
night stakes. You always feel like there's kind of this,
Get you a team
you know,
member
you've
here
got
in a second.
when you think about the competition, you think about day 1, night 1, day 2, night 2, day 3, and that's kind of how we separate the competition. So
Might
as you
be-
hear
might
us
be
talk
10,
about day 1,
10,
just
9
know
based
they're
on
not
the
going to sleep.
patches
There's
I'm
night
seeing
1
around here.
next, and these
See
things
who
just
this
kind of
is.
continue to flow, continue to move.
Have
We've got
not-
an
have not
RTB
seen any
team, it
third
looks like,
ID
that
guys
just
yet.
wrapped up at Malvesti,
Team
a
41,
course that
Team
they know
41.
well, a course that they are consistently, around. We've got them here at the finish line catching their breath before the quiz.
Yep, and I'm seeing Team 46 coming into the pit on time. It is 19:57. We're
you
going to
would
see
think
how
that bottom's
tough they
nice
are on
and
this hard time, but teams are coming
flat,
in.
but no,
Team
there's- I
49
think the RIs come
entering
in
the
there and
pit.
actually put potholes.
And we have a team that is currently
dig out
running. They know
holes
that
in
they're
this-
getting
this
pretty
worm pit
close to
as
that
you walk
drop
through
dead
there, just
time
so to mess
of
with you.
2000 to get to Malvesti. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know if this is relevant to any cuts or anything like that are going to occur tonight. And I see also Team 36, it looks like,
a
approaching
lot
the
of
pit,
fans for this team
followed
here.
closely by Team
Team 41.
27.
Awesome. So we've got a bunch of teams. That means that really push themselves to the limit throughout today.
Yep,
We've
I
got
see
Team
Team 17 coming out of
36
the woodline
approaching
right
the
now.
pit. We've got Team 30 approaching the pit. We've got Team 27 approaching the pit. All these
We're gonna
teams
stay with
spent
41
all
right now,
day
getting
out
through the
there
pull-ups, and then
getting
we'll jump to
everything they
17. It
could
looks like-
done,
I think it's
wrapped
17
up,
coming out
and
of the woodline, so-
rolling in order to be successful. We are currently
said-
at
who said to tell them to hurry up? You're talking
7:58
Team 17,
p.m. We've got a team currently getting their weapons out, it looks like, in order to check in. That might be a requirement. You could walk with it in your ruck, but you can't check in with it in your ruck.
Yeah.
I don't exactly know, but we do have a team out here
Team 41,
currently getting
Team
their
22,
weapons out.
Team 22 coming in as well. I see off to the side, Team 51
Six
coming in
pull-ups
as
and a
well.
sprint to the finish.
Chose to wear
Yep.
their
Okay, I
ACHs.
got eyes on 17
Not
guys. I
common
got
for this
eyes
year.
on
I've seen a lot of
17.
teams putting them in their
Getting ready
rucks,
to
but they
catch those
decide
guys here in
better
2 seconds.
worn than carried.
And that may have been whatever event they were
Moving
last
all
at.
right along the low
They're like, we have to go. We don't have time to put this in, and clearly they were right. They are here with a minute to spare. That is pretty remarkable.
Now, Team 23
Team
coming
23 moving in. Team 50 coming in.
And off to the side here, I'm seeing like coaches high-fiving. I'm seeing competitors high-fiving, fist bumping. The energy's high. They know we made it. And if, like we said, if their plan was to optimize and to last all day, to be out there to cover as many events as possible and come in at the last minute, because also they know now their rest time is going to be associated with the throughput of these events. So that's another strategy piece that we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we blow up the image of Malvesti so the people can watch Malvesti and we'll just talk in the background?
Yeah, let's just make sure the audio is still working. It looks like it's working. If our audio cuts out, it cuts out sometimes when we switch, so if our audio cuts out, just let us know.
Yeah. No, thank you so much, Ian.
Ian, unsung hero behind the scenes.
That's right, that's right.
He's about to go get some water.
Hey, so you see Malvesti on the screen right now. Competitors are going to continue to go through Malvesti. It is now 8 o'clock here, which would be cut-off time for Rangers to get back. Do we know what happens if they don't make it back by 8?
I haven't heard anything 100%. I've heard the drop dead time was 1800, and then a lot of family 6 p.m. A lot of families were getting here around 5:30 p.m. and then we found out that the time had actually bumped, and we were given that new guidance that 1900 7 p.m. was Rangers cold, and 2000 or 8 p.m. is when they had to be here. I don't know what the ramifications are if a team is to come in 1 minute late. Are they cut? Are they penalized? Maybe a few points. Maybe the last event of Ranger Reckoning doesn't count or something like that. I don't know. We'll have to see how that sorts out in the scoring.
We've got Team 17 approaching the chin-up bars. Here's something interesting. The last competitors to do this event did them simultaneously. This team doing them one after the other. You see stuff like this pretty constantly at the Best Ranger competition. Rangers are briefed during the week the task condition standards, and then largely they get to decide how they do it. But you got to remember your task condition standards, and you got to know how am I supposed to actually execute this and in what order. This may be one of those things where they were supposed to execute it simultaneously and may have just forgotten. It's difficult to say, but stuff like that you'll really start cueing into as we drag on into day 2, day 3 of, hey, did I remember all the little things that I was told, and am I still executing properly?
Yeah, and what kind of pause did they take before they went into the event and say, like, hey, task condition standards, the verbal cues, maybe a visualization, going through the event, talking through the different roles, responsibilities, and the things that are required for them to be successful. Yeah, it might have been a penalty, it might not have been a penalty. That's for the RIs to decide, ultimately. But those are those little cognitive miscues that happen this far in. And so, yeah, we got a team who's coming in a few minutes late from the drop dead time. We'll have to figure out what the ramifications are.
And again, the penalty may be a few points. The penalty may be a hard cut. We do not know right now. We're going to try to run down for you exactly what that penalty may be. But we've got Team 31 coming in right now. Let me get a quick time for you. It is 8:02 local time here. And they are just making it to the pit. So we are going to see exactly what happens there.
So it looks like we have somebody who's paused on the rope right now, and he's actually descending. It looks like he did not elect to climb any higher. That's certainly going to be a penalty. We were talking about the importance of a clean Malvesti run. Unfortunately, if you just simply don't have it in you, the rope climb is not something you want to mess around with. I'm interested to see if he's opting not to do the rope climb and he's not going to go all the way to the top. How is he going to handle the confidence climb that comes right after the rope?
Yeah,
this is going to be challenging.
Though these things compound, right? So you get to the rope, and then it's also like a mental issue of like, hey, I just had trouble with the rope. Now I'm on the confidence climb. What does that look like? How does it feel? But we can see them going up the confidence climb right now. They're just going to the yellow mark this year. Sometimes they go over the top beam. Looks like we're doing yellow mark. You see the bear hug method on one lane. You see the step down method on the other lane. Both methods can be effective. I love that bear hug and swing method.
Huge bear hug and swing guy.
It is a fast method. It is a safe method. You've got multiple points of contact. And as long as the beams aren't wet, it seems to kind of be the preferred koa for a lot of guys that have come out here and kind of ran iterations and practiced on it.
Yeah, and this year is unique. Usually Malvesti's, and last year unique. The last 2 years have been unique, but usually Malvesti's on the front end of the competition. They do the run, swim, run. They come into Malvesti. They're already wet. They're making the ropes wet. It's slippery. The logs are wet and slippery. They're hopping in the monkey bars. The horizontal ladders are slippery. They're losing their grip. But the guys are dry right now, and the grip, it's not as much of a factor. I'm not seeing guys falling, but I am seeing them cautiously going through the obstacles, making sure they have that clean run that they need in order to be successful.
And that should tell you something about their training and their conditioning, right? They went through absolute brutal event this morning on their grip, and somehow throughout the day, they've been able to recover that grip and then get back into the competition, get back moving and grooving, and now they're able to use that grip again. Where this morning we saw several Rangers at straight grip failure, and now they are still being able to navigate the monkey bars, it looks like, pretty cleanly. We'll wait to see if they get across. Again, those are free spinning monkey bars, so they spin and rotate in your hand. Sometimes you forget about that when you haven't been at Ranger school for a while, but those can be kind of nasty to navigate. But it looks like we're going to get 2 clean runs on the monkey bars. Yes, and they are in the water. They'll begin their swim and then on through Malvesti.
Yeah, and the trick to prevent this, spinning of the monkey bars is you want to get closer to the edge so that you can kind of weigh down the monkey bar and get it to just catch a little bit, just apply a little bit of friction so that it doesn't spin as much. And that's not just for best Ranger competitors. Those are Ranger students that come in. They know some of these tricks to navigate Malvesti successfully, because if you're a Ranger student who's coming in here and you're in the middle of rap week, you want a clean run on Malvesti.
Yeah.
You want to do it right the first time, so you don't have to do it again. You don't want to get your major minus. And so, we talk about all the intricacies of the competition here and penalties and the scoring and the placing. But this is something that a regular Ranger student, a private from the 82nd Airborne Division, is thinking about as he's going through Malvesti.
Yeah.
His team leader maybe told him, hey, when you're doing the monkey bars, you gotta grip them tight, get to the edge, apply a little bit of friction so they don't spin. That's what a Ranger student is thinking about to successfully negotiate these obstacles.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So right now, what you should be seeing on your screen is the full view of Malvesti that we're running through. We've got guys moving through the water, going to be heading up to chin-ups. We've had about, I want to say, 6 or 7 teams through Malvesti, so we probably have another 30 or so teams that got to get through Malvesti before we can call it wraps on day 1 and start moving towards the night road march.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit earlier about the strategy for teams who maybe came in a little early from Ranger Reckoning. They're saying, hey, we've hit the ranges that we want to hit. We've hit the events that play to our strengths or maybe play to our plan for the distance that we want to cover today to set us up for what we think is for success for Malvesti and the night road march. And so they come in maybe 60 to 90 minutes early. Now, contrast that with the teams who come in on the dot 2000. Those teams are waiting on the throughput, so you can still maximize your time on Ranger Reckoning.
Yes.
And then have plenty of time to rest, because they're banking on teams to come in early. And who knows if this is part of the strategy or not, but these are how things kind of just develop in the competition.
Yes.
And it goes towards strategy in future years. Do we allow maybe some teams to come in before us? If I'm coming in, do I let them step in front of me? Because that just created maybe a 5-10 minute barrier of additional rest time before I go onto the obstacle. Because in the end, you're all scored the same.
Yeah.
If it's not a mass start event.
Yeah.
And so it could play to their strengths.
And I think when you're outside of the competition, you might be hearing what we're saying and you're like, that's crazy. Like, you guys are thinking about this way too much. But as you come into this competition, you're up against the top 1% of the 1% of the 1%. Every single little thing that you can do to try to gain an advantage or gain some sort of, mental relief over your competitors, you're going to do. And so if that means, like, hey, I can find a place to kind of hide in the pit, recover for a little bit longer before I go hit this obstacle, and RI hasn't come found me yet, teams are going to do that. They're going to take advantage of it, and then they're going to go hit this just a little bit fresher. But again, some of that is part of the game of the Best Ranger competition, that, all's fair in love and war. We are here to test the will and the skill of these competitors, and they're going to find ways to be as efficient as possible through some of these events, and sometimes that means trying to buy yourself a little bit extra rest here and there so you can execute better.
Yeah, and the teams that typically are thinking about this stuff are the teams with the competition experience, which is an indicator of success historically in the Best Ranger competition. And so you have teams that maybe it's their first time coming out here in 2026, and they're like, oh man, we got to Malvesti just a little bit early, and we immediately had to run straight into it, and it was a little bit challenging versus these teams who came in last. They got extra time on Ranger Reckoning, and they got extra rest time. What's going on here? This isn't fair. But that's the thing, is this competition experience makes these guys think deeper about all the implications of competition, and they're really doing analysis on, not only their decision making. You need to know yourself, you need to know your other competitors, you need to know the terrain, you need to know what your fueling strategy is, you need to know what your current physical condition is and what you're capable of. All of this is going on in their heads while they're just trying to navigate these obstacles or ruck from range to range. They're figuring this out in real time.
One of the things I think you forget to notice sometimes is if you're a ranger out here doing these things, you've been kind of like you've been vertical all day, you've been moving on your legs. A lot of these ranges were on your legs, on your feet. We've had one other obstacle course today, but this obstacle course, for some guys, when they get up on the rope or they get up on the horizontal ladder, that's when they start to feel those cramps for the first time. Maybe it's a hamstring starting to grip or a back starting to grip or something they've never felt before. We were talking today with a former competitor who said the first time he's ever cramped in any physical competition in his entire life was during the night road march at the Best Ranger competition. He said, I had never experienced something like it before. Full body cramps, still finished, still went on to finish the competition. But that is something that I think a lot of teams experience out here. It's like the first time that maybe they're really feeling what their body's potential and capable of.
Yeah, that's a bad day to find out on the objective, what kind of issues you're having. That's why it's important to have like those strong training reps. We always talk about tough, realistic training. It goes for competitions, it goes for training in our day-to-day lives as Rangers. But yeah, it's a bad day to find that out in the middle of the competition.
Yes.
And a competitor who experiences something like that, they have to work through it. You can't just raise your hand and say, hey, I didn't plan for this.
Yeah.
Can we take another rep at the rope climb? I thought my grip would be better. No, whatever you have is what you're going with. You got to ride it in.
Yeah.
For all the airborne guys out there.
Absolutely. We've got some guys in the water right now. I think after a long, hot day, you're going to be pretty relieved to be in the muck in the water of Malvesti. Regardless of how you're really feeling, you're going to enjoy that feeling. And so for these guys, too, it might be a first reprieve, the first time they're actually getting cold again and cooled down and getting their body temperature under control. So it's actually probably a great timed event for a lot of teams as we go into the ruck, trying to get that max cooling effort and recovery effort right before we go in.
Yeah, we don't really know what's in the water, but it might have some cooling effects as well, where maybe this is similar to those guys who have been hitting the cryogenic labs and everything like that, or maybe the hitting the cold tubs every morning, trying to decrease the inflammation and everything. But yeah, that water probably feels pretty good right now. I bet they're also thinking about how cold the water was in Victory Pond this morning and kind of wishing they could go back.
That's right. Victory Pond this morning was a brutal endeavor. It was cold and it was dark. We have Team 6 just getting into the pit. To give you some context, the pit no later than time was 8:12 p.m. Team 6 just getting back to the pit right now. More to follow on what that means in terms of their competition. Let's take a look real quick on. I'm gonna take a look for you real quick, just for you guys. Okay, so we just had Team 6 come in. Team 6 currently sitting in 31st place. We've got Team 55 of USASOC coming in right now. They are currently sitting in 3rd place. Again, we will see what the penalty or the requirement is here. They are now 13 minutes behind their hit time. So again, we will see Team 55 just getting back to the pit. We will see what that means in terms of final score. I am unaware of what the penalty is, but again, we are trying to run that down right now for you. We got competitors back in the pit of Malvesti. They are swimming there, diving there, moving and grooving. We have old school rock and roll playing out here at Camp Rogers. We are at Fort Benning, Georgia for the 42nd annual David E. Grange Best Ranger competition. Again, Rangers in the water, Rangers moving through Malvesti. This is their final event of what we call day one. Then they will move into night one. Night one includes the night road march and the night stakes. Night stakes are a series of events. There's about 7 or 8 of them this year. Those events range from reptile ID to call for fire. There's a weapons assembly lane. There's an intersection resection lane. There are several different ranges and lanes that the Rangers will go through tonight, and they will conduct those lanes out at Camp Darby in the pitch black under their night vision goggles, and we will see how they execute long term given the long day they just had. The pit, I believe, is now full with all the competitors who had to come back from day one. We've got all the competitors back right now, I believe. If anyone could check Black Dome for me and see if there are any still out there, but I believe we're just about all back at Camp Rogers. We got Malvesti going on your screen in front of you, brought to you by Battlefield 6. A beautiful, beautiful sunset going on right now. You know, we've got a beautiful sky at night is a sailor's delight. It might be a ranger's delight as well, as I think that indicates some cooling temperatures overnight and a pretty calm, still night for the Rangers to come. So hopefully the weather holds out. It's going to be another hot day tomorrow. Hopefully they got a cool night tonight. They can cool down. There we go. We got Rangers through the horizontal ladder into the water, and again, they're going to conduct that swim portion that is in the muck. That is in the dirt of Malvesti. As our friend Jimmy Moore said, we don't know what's in the water, but it's going to feed Rangers, and it's going to get them to power on to the Ranger objective.
Yeah, affectionately known as the worm pit, which I think both of you kind of forgot. Both of us forgot. Is the worm pit. Yeah, we don't know what's in it, but it probably feels good to the competitors right now after a long day. It is hot. It's been hot all day, but that pit is deep enough where that water is, I promise you, it's got a little bit of a nice cold cooling effect that they're certainly enjoying right now. They maybe feel tempted to spend a little bit more time in the water than they should. They're in the middle of an event. They need to get it done. And then they're going to come out. They're going to run to the finish here, and then they're going to get their Ranger quizzes and then head to the ruck hold, which is filling up very quickly.
Yeah, so we've got just about the entire pit filled with the competitors that needed to go back. Again, I don't know what the penalty is for arriving late at Ruckhold, but again, we will try to figure that out for you here shortly. We've got Rangers at Malvesti. We've got that camera. It will start moving again momentarily. We've been running and gunning all day out here, just having an absolute blast, having an absolute fun. But we'll just leave that on your screen for you to see, so when he picks back up, you can get right back into the action. All right, we are now starting to hit the nighttime hours. The sun is starting to set. It's going to start getting dark. Teams that are tired are really going to start getting tired. As the sun goes away, so does Rangers' energy sometime, and these guys have used a lot of their energy out there today. So you're going to start seeing them get a little bit tired. But again, for teams that are already through Malvesti, great opportunity to try to get some rest while the rest of these teams that arrived after you have to still go conduct that lane.
Yeah, there is the term solar-powered Rangers that does exist, and it's going to influence the night as they go into the night road march, as they go into night stakes, and this intensity isn't going to stop. It's actually going to ramp up for the night road march. For those of you who are joining us, the night road march is the first event that is actually ramping up the weight, the scoring weight. So all the events today have been a weight of 1. So there's 40 teams available of a weight of 1. If I get first place in an event, I get 40 points times my weight, which is 1, which means I get 40 points. If the weight is 2, if the weight is 2 for the event, and I get first place, I get 40 points, 40 teams available, weight of 2, I get 80 points. So as the weights increase, so do the risk reward. If I get last place, I'm getting 2 points.
Yeah.
And so that starts to ratchet up tonight in the ruck. They're gonna do it. They're gonna do a cut. So there's less teams available, less points available. So 32 instead of 40. But it's a 1.75 multiplier, and so there's more points on the board. They don't just go rest. They're gonna ramp up the intensity. They're gonna be racing all night long, unknown distance road march, and then they go back into more Ranger Reckoning style tasks all night long. it's all in a single place. They won't be moving much further, but it's going to be cognitively demanding. It's going to be technically demanding. It's going to require them to figure out how to function. You know, you say before, on, and beyond the objective.
Yeah.
So before the objective, they're doing the ruck march. On the objective, they're doing
42.
all their ranger
42
tasks
coming
and
through.
night
That's good.
stakes at night in low visibility, and then beyond the objective, trying
go,
to
42.
reconsolidate, reorganize before they enter the day stakes tomorrow. It's going to be a continuous movement.
Yeah. And one of the things I remember so clearly from the night road march
Team 42.
are these
All right,
false
guys, we're gonna get
finishes
you
that sometimes pop
a little
up.
situated
And
here.
they're
I
not
gotta get
truly
battery.
false finishes, but they feel like it.
that's
What
Team
they actually
42
are,
right there, yep.
they are safety holding locations, right? In which RTB stages a bus
Yeah,
and
strike
says
brigade.
like, hey, just in case Rangers are having a very tough time at this point or injured or whatever, we have the capability to go exfil them off of the route. But they set it up with buses and lights, and as you approach it, you think to yourself, oh my goodness, that's got to be the finish line. 9 times out of 10, it's not. And you have to move through that, you continue to move down the road, and you get to the next one, and you're like, maybe this one's the finish line, and it was not again. And we may have went through 2 or 3 of those before finally getting to the actual finish line. And I remember thinking in that moment, you have to remain dialed in through all of that. You can't come off the gas thinking that's the finish line until you actually hit the finish line. And I think that's a pretty good lesson for the weekend as a whole. This
Yeah.
thing is not done until we are done.
Yeah, it's not done until it's done. Rounds need to be complete before you lock and clear. All right, so yeah, tonight on the night road march, you're gonna see these like giant lights that are gonna be blinding the competitors, and they don't see what is beyond that light. And regardless of your competition experience or what maybe previous competitors have told you, you start to kind of bargain with yourself of like, maybe that is the finish.
Absolutely.
Maybe that's the one. You see a bus, something like that, and you start to think maybe this is going to be a little bit of relief, but 9 times out of 10, it's not. And usually the competitors have a pretty good idea of where the finish line for the night road march is. There's a little bit of back end work you can do to figure out, hey, if we're going to be starting the night road march, maybe from Malvesti, and you know, you look on the range facility management system and see that they have a certain area that's reserved. You're like, all right, so we're gonna ruck generally from here to here, but the question is, what is the route?
Yeah.
And so that is something that they don't know. They don't know the route. They don't know the distance. They could be told to go to Columbus and back, and they would then end up having to do the night stakes. But those are some things that are going through the competitor's mind: is where are we actually going to end up tonight? What are we going to be doing? And what events are on the table?
A typical route from here to Camp Darby includes Red Diamond Road and Cyclone Road. If you've been out here to Fort Benning, both of those roads, incredibly hilly. You are moving through some big, steep terrain, especially late in the movement. It starts off downhill, so teams will be ripping, feeling great, and then they'll realize, oh my goodness, I've actually been running downhill for 2 miles. And when that thing flattens out and starts to climb, a lot of teams will figure out that can be a pretty painful route. We've got teams on the rope. We've got probably about 16, 17 teams through Malvesti at this point. They are running them pretty good through Malvesti and pretty tight. So we are getting teams on, teams off, teams on, teams off. Currently, we've got teams just wrapping up Malvesti. They are taking their cognitive test. They are clear of their cognitive test, now moving to the pit. And then we got teams on your screen, on the ropes, climbing. That is the J-hook method that we were talking about earlier. So you can see how he's kind of stalled out on the rope using that J-hook. That J-hook is not very secure. It is very fast. And most guys, it is their default rope climbing technique. However, when you are smoked and tired,
Ooh.
it can be...
Yeah, you see, he just lost his grip there, and he slid all the way down the rope. I'm glad that he didn't try too hard to grab the rope, because he would have burned the hell out of his hands.
Yeah.
But that's exactly the risks that you're assuming when you're going to use that J hook when you're this fatigued. You really want to use that S hook or the grapevine method in order to add a little bit more friction to the rope with your leg to prevent that from happening, because these guys' grip is absolutely smoked, and it's very challenging. And as you see, these guys are still, after failing that rope climb, trying to figure out, how do I navigate this confidence climb? But
Yeah.
those rope climbing methods are incredibly important. You see, he's trying to get that lock in. That is a challenge with the grapevine, though. If you don't have that movement down pat, it actually starts to eat more of your energy because you're holding yourself up, you're holding all of your body weight so that you can shake your leg and spin the rope around your leg to get more friction. And so it's shooter's preference. It's risk reward, speed is security sometimes, but those are the things that the competitors are thinking about as they're trying to figure out what is my technique. I haven't seen anybody try to do the hands-only climb yet though, which is making me happy.
I have not either. You want to know something that just crossed my mind? We are losing sunlight right now. We've got a bayonet assault course going on in the backwoods. As the sun sets, how do competitors handle possibly doing the bayonet assault course at night compared to another team, which may have done it through the day? I don't know if they've got some lights back there or a way to illuminate the course. But again, that's one of those things that you got to the pit early. You sometimes take advantage of the conditions you have, and the Best Ranger competition isn't necessarily about even conditions. It's about fighting for the right conditions. And so we'll see how some of those Rangers handle that night iteration tonight.
Yeah, and we talked about some guys show up to the pit early. You maybe get less rest time, but you go first, and then you get more rest time on the back end. You got guys who show up late. Their rest time is correlated to what the throughput time is of these events. But yeah, they might be losing a little bit of sunlight. Even on the confidence climb here that we're looking at, not all the rungs are the same. You know, some of the shorter guys tend to err towards the right side. I think the left side is taller. But the RI might say, hey, you're going the right side, and that can happen in Ranger School too. So they need to be prepared for anything. I haven't gone back there into the woods to see exactly what the bayonet assault course looks like. I'd have to take a closer look on the live stream to see what it does, and if the limited visibility is playing a factor. But yeah, if it is, then that you might just be out of luck for a little bit of time before you get to Malvesti, where you're back in the light and you can maybe make up some of that lost time on the bayonet assault course if that was a factor.
Yeah, we've got a team in the water right now. You see him running through the water. He is headed up to that tall grass and the barbed wire crawl. You see him swimming early. Some guys choose to swim early. Some guys choose to swim late. Typically, it's best if you go to one of the sides on this lane and then try to hug a side because it's a little bit shallower and you can move just a little bit faster. Then you just have to go subsurface every time you want to cross some barbed wire, but typically a faster method of maneuver.
Yeah, I think another technique that they recently eliminated from this is standing up in between barbed wires. So some competitors would stand up, although it might be counterintuitive to, like, you know, a low crawl or trying to stay low. But in a competition, if it's allowed, then it's allowed. But so some competitors would stand up, they'd walk forward a little bit, and then they would dive under the barbed wire, and then maybe get like a little bit of a glide going. I haven't seen any competitors do it this year, which means usually the RIs have gotten a little bit smart to like what the new trick is, and they just put it in the task conditions there and say, hey, that's not allowed this year. And then maybe a few years run out, and you know, you get some leader turnover in the Ranger Training Brigade, and then competitors are doing the same stuff over again. In previous years, on the horizontal ladder at Derby Queen, you have competitors running across the top of the monkey bars or the Tarzan event, which very clearly now it's stated that you cannot do that. The question is for how long, and who's going to be the first person to notice when it's not part of the task condition standards, and who's going to take advantage of those little loopholes to gain just a little bit of an edge over their fellow competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you see that throughout so many of the events in the Best Ranger competition. There's a historic way in which competitors have found to gain a slight edge over their competition, and then usually it is kind of ruled out the next year. It's kind of like watching Formula One. If you watch Formula One on
Yeah,
Netflix, you know, you find a workaround of the rules in the rule book, and then the next year they close up the rule book again, and you've got to search for the next kind of way around that new rule or that new statement. A lot of that happens during Competitors Week, and what you haven't seen is these competitors arrived at Camp Rogers on Tuesday morning, bright and early, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, full days from about 5 a.m. to 6 p.m., going full through the day to receive their task condition standards brief. That is where they're allowed to ask these questions of, hey, can I jump through the barbed wire? Or can I stand up here? Or do I have to do the monkey bars with my hands, or could I run across them with my feet? And sometimes competitors don't ask the questions, and other competitors ask the questions on purpose to ensure that those loopholes get closed one at a time during Competitors Week, to try and even the playing field and to ensure, hey, I'm not going to get in trouble for doing that, and I don't want to make sure someone else did it before me and maybe got through on it.
Which one are you?
And we are here at the 42nd annual David E. Grange Best Ranger competition. We are rocking and rolling. How are we doing tonight, gentlemen? Are we having fun? All right, that is fantastic. Again, we are here at the 42nd Annual Best Ranger Competition, Fort Benning, Georgia, brought to you today by Battlefield 6 and the National Ranger Association, the Airborne and Ranger Training Brigade. Before we continue tonight, I just want to take a moment to say thank you to the Airborne Ranger Training Brigade and their outstanding world-class staff that they have out here running the backside support, and to the National Ranger Association, who really did a lot of mountain moving in the last 9 months to ensure that we could have a world-class competition and an outstanding display of what the Ranger community means, looks like, and is a part of. So this is a fantastic demonstration of the Ranger ethos: move further, faster, fight harder. But again, couldn't be possible without the Ranger instructors and the cadre we have out here grading these lanes, making sure Ranger is safe, and then making sure that all of the backside support moves seamlessly. What you don't see here today is there is a medical coverage plan of this whole thing that is monstrous. There's a logistics tale of this whole thing that is monstrous. There are so many moving parts and pieces. You already have teams out preparing for day 2. You've got rehearsals going on for day 2 during day 1. This is a multi-pronged beast that you can't really gain a true respect of from watching on a screen or being a competitor. You know, when I was a competitor, I didn't realize all the stuff that's going on just to support my opportunity to compete at the Best Ranger competition, and it's super cool to see it, and we just want to say thank you to them. We've got guys back out on the horizontal ladder. Jimmy Moore, how are we doing?
Pretty good. I was also thinking while you're saying that too, think about all those Ranger students that got blessed with the Best Ranger Recycle, which is, it's required. Like, we just need that manpower in order to paint all the rocks, to put up all the yellow rope. It doesn't go unnoticed. It's a lot of hard work. And the Ranger students, it becomes, I specifically know some people who got interested in Best Ranger and competed in Best Ranger because they were Best Ranger Recycles, and they came and watched these competitors. They were inspired by them, and they decided, I'm going to get involved in this because if I'm going to be out here and I'm going to do all this stuff for these guys, everything's focused on them for 3 days, I want to be one of those guys too.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah.
And there's kind of a badge of honor when you talk to guys that went through Ranger school and they're like, I was a Best Ranger Recycle, I was a BRC Recycle, or I was a, you know, the holiday break recycles got it kind of easy because they get to go home. The guys that are here getting their tabs, earning their way through, and unfortunately are recycled during this time, they are put to work. They help make this competition possible too, and it's because of them that we can have an awesome gathering of the Ranger community as well. So I think that you know, the unsung heroes, unsung heroes out here this weekend, but behind the scenes.
Yeah, it looks like we got a team going through the worm pit right now. Kind of using a little side stroke crawl method. Pretty good, moving pretty quickly, and it looks like his partner's doing pretty well as well, waiting on him before they cross that log together and then do the buyout pull-ups before running back to get to lock in their time. We haven't heard any times recently. We had the top time recently was around 14 minutes, and I think that was about 30 to 45 minutes ago, the last time we received a time update of some of these times that these teams are locking in. So we don't know how the teams are placing, and this is what the teams have been experiencing all day long. So you have the mass start event where they can look to their left and right. They can see which competitors, which teams are around me. Who am I sizing myself up with? Can I pass them? Are they going to pass me? They're jockeying for position. They're eyeing each other. They're looking at maybe potential areas for weaknesses, or if they see that there's a fueling issue, they know it's time to push. And so, and then they have all that information, and then they blast out to Ranger Reckoning, and they don't get to see how all the teams are doing. So you might be at Krilling Range, and you lock in a time of 120. I'm just throwing out random times here, and then but in a team at Patton hit a time of 4:30. That doesn't really mean anything because you're just doing the very best that you can to lock in the best time where you are in those conditions, and then it all evens out by the end of the day. Same thing for Malvesti. All these guys are doing is they're going as fast as they possibly can, given the conditions, given their rest time, given all the miles on their legs. They're doing the best that they possibly can, and then they're going to see how it all comes out when the final scores come in for tonight. We don't have any final scores yet. We're still compiling all that information. We want to make sure we get it right. We have a huge staff, just like Vince was saying, working behind the scenes. You know, they got rehearsals going on for day 2 and day 3. We have events going on behind the scenes besides what you see right in front of you to tabulate all the information, make sure that we're getting things right. And even then, there's always a little human error, and so they're trying to eliminate as much error as possible, making sure all scoring stayed objective and it's compiled properly, it's scored properly, and then it's released to you. So we don't have a score update yet. I think Malvesti is going to be a factor in that final score before we get those top 32 teams where we're conducting that night 1 cut before the night road march. And the night road march, that's when we go back to a mass start event. And the unique thing about the mass start event is, once again, you're looking to your left and right. It doesn't matter how fast you go, it matters how you place. And so unknown distance road march, let's say it's 16 miles. It doesn't matter if you can cover 16 miles in an hour or 16 miles in 6 hours. If you get first place, you get the max points. There's no benefit for finishing more firster, whatever it is that I'm supposed to say there. And so what that means is the guys are truly racing. So all day long, they're out at Ranger Reckoning. They're doing the best they can with the limited information they have to just lock in the best time. It all gets compiled, and then they all meet each other on the unknown distance road march tonight, and then they're racing again. It's going to have a similar feel to the beginning of the competition, where you saw the guys taking off on a run in kit, getting a 45-pound sandbag, covering 7 miles, and then going into the run, swim, run, and then starting the water cane carry event. They're racing each other the whole time. It was a top 40 event to make sure that you didn't get cut. Same thing is going to be going on tonight in terms of the ruck march. They're going to be taking off. They're going to be jockeying for position. They're going to try to create some buffer between themselves and the teams behind them, because once you have that buffer, that's when you can kind of slow down a little bit. The technique with the unknown distance road march is, some people ask, how do they know how fast to go if they don't know how long the distance is? Well, once again, it goes back to, it doesn't matter how fast you are, it matters how you place. And so there's a lot more technique that goes into the psychology of racing and trying to get in each other's heads and kind of test each other's mettle to see, if I push here for the next mile, if you kind of whisper to your partner, like, hey, if we push here, we might be able to drop them. Or if you're with your partner and you're kind of hanging on somebody's tail, like, hey, I think they're pushing. If we hang on through this push, then we push, I don't think they're going to be able to respond. So for those competitors that are really looking for that edge, there's a whole there's a whole psychological factor to seeing if you're able to kind of flex on the other team and see where maybe there's a point of weakness that you can maximize in order to gain the edge, to create that buffer space. Because once you have that buffer on a mass start event, you can kind of slow down, collect yourself, maintain that cognitive ability, and maybe prepare for the next event to come, which is going to be the Ranger Night Stakes. Night Stakes is similar to the Ranger Reckoning, where you go from a highly physical mass start event to all the skilled events where you're getting graded again. You're treating a casualty. You got the weapons box. You got, in the past we've had breaching events that we mentioned before, where you've gotten to the objective via ruck march, and now you're on the objective. You need to perform all of your Ranger tasks to standard. And once again, you're alone and unafraid. You don't know how the other competitors are doing. All you have to do is the best you can in that moment, put up the best time, and then see how it shakes out in the end. If you have a bad run, you got to have short-term memory. You move on. All of these competitors were trained by phenomenal H2F staff by their divisions, including ready and resilient staff as well, who are teaching them these cognitive tricks and then like little tricks, little tidbits, little techniques, tactics, and procedures to handle these little cognitive blips that happen to everybody in competition, where you just, maybe your heart rate's a little bit too high, maybe you get a little too excited, maybe you don't lock your feet in the way that you want to in order to get the safest lock, and then you end up slipping a little bit more on the rope. All this happens to every team. Every team makes mistakes. Even the team that wins the best Ranger competition, they certainly made mistakes here out in the competition, and the question is, how do we mitigate mistakes and don't allow them to compound over the 3-day competition so that we can still take home the first place prize? All right, so we got a team that is going over the horizontal ladder here. We talked earlier about whether the grip would be a factor on the horizontal ladder. Those are free spinning bars. It doesn't seem like it's a factor, and I think teams are being methodical. They're committing to a slow and controlled run. They are making sure that they're not pushing themselves so hard that they lose control. And what you see here is the walking through the water. They are allowed to do that. You see some teams who maybe forget the task condition standards. They might start swimming immediately, which is a detriment, where they're going back to their old Ranger school habits, where maybe the RI told them when they were a Ranger student, you need to swim immediately, Ranger. And you can walk through that water all the way until you get to the barbed wire, and then you can navigate the barbed wire portion of that obstacle course. Yeah, as we talked about with the confidence climb here as well, those logs are uneven. They're extremely smooth from Ranger students over the years, climbing up and over these logs. You got dust and dirt, and they're wet, and their uniforms are gritty, and it's like sandpaper on those logs, and it can be pretty slippery. And in past competition years, Malvesti has sometimes been at the front end of the competition, as we see a slip here from that competitor. Malvesti's been on the front end of the competition following the run, swim, run, where these logs can get pretty wet, it gets pretty risky, and you might see some big falls. Now here the question is, can they handle the lack of grip? You saw the bear hug and roll method. That's a great method. It's secure, it's fast, and then he's just hopping down. He's maintaining his points of contact. But sometimes the logs are wet, they're uneven, they're smooth, and here grip seems to be a factor. But like they're dry, and then with these logs, when they're dry, they're even more smooth. They're even harder to grip. It almost has a reverse effect. You kind of want it to be a humid day. You kind of want to have some wet hands or sweaty hands to give you that extra grip. And it's the same thing on those walls on Malvesti. They're tough to grip. They're tough to grab and jump over, especially after these extensive grip strength events that we've seen throughout the day. So these are free spinning monkey bars. So if you grab the monkey bar, your hand's gonna spin. It's gonna try to get you to let go. It seems like the competitors are handling it well. They remembered as Ranger students that those those monkey bars, they spin, and you gotta account for that. A good way to account for that is by getting to the edge of the monkey bar, apply just a little bit more friction, it reduces the spin. They have a good team leader. They remembered that as a Ranger student, and they're remembering it certainly now as competitors. You have a team leader, team here. Looks like his partner's talking him through getting over that, up and over that top rung. You got a bear hug and roll method. Seems to be the preferred method tonight, which is, I'd say, a pretty safe method given where their grip strength is at. Love seeing the teamwork here between these two guys. He's grabbing them, he's giving them a pat on the back, saying, hey, let's go do the next one. Let's do the next one. Let's do the next one. That's all that it is sometimes. You're putting one foot in front of the other. You want to get a clean run, no penalties, because sometimes, depending on what how the penalties are structured, if you have a clean run over a team who went faster than you but had a couple penalties, you might be passing them. Another thing I think is interesting here with the Malvesti is you see teams, they're being conservative, they're being a little safe. But if I'm a team who's maybe on the edge here, 33rd, 34th, 35th, or beyond, this might be a time where you just need to go all out. You need to really risk. You gotta have the riskier lock on the rope. You gotta be quicker on the confidence climb. You gotta be really quick and fast on the monkey bars, keeping those flexed arms so you can be quick with your hands. You might need to risk falling or risk a penalty in order to go fast, because when all the teams are being this safe, the edge becomes being willing to accept a little bit more risk to gain an edge over all the teams who are focused on mitigating risk. It's just one of those things, if you're looking around as a competitor, asking yourself, what is my current physical capability? Like, so knowing myself, looking at the physical capabilities and the strategy of other competitors, so looking at, your enemy in this case, and then also looking at the conditions, or, in this case, sometimes the terrain, or you're looking at the obstacle, and you're making an assessment of what can I do here? Where am I maybe assuming a little bit more risk? Where can I assume risk? Where can't I assume risk? You're maybe checking in with your partner saying, hey, do you think maybe you could go a little bit faster on this rope climb? We usually do the grapevine or the S hook. What if we did the J hook here? Assume a little bit more risk for speed, because we want to jump a few more places, because these other teams are they're being conservative. If teams get too conservative, then all of a sudden you get a dark horse who comes out of nowhere and they jump 10 spots because they won Malvesti. And winning Malvesti today is the same point value as winning the 5-hour run, swim, run, and water can carry event. It's crazy. I got Ian shaking his head over here saying, how is that worth the same amount of points? It's because that's how we're scoring it this year. And so if a team sees an opportunity to maybe lock in and push hard for just 15 minutes on Malvesti, they might jump up a whole lot of points here before the night road march cuts.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So this 40 points per event, this is a new thing. In the past, it wasn't scored like that. Different events were scored with a different amount.
Yeah. So historically, the events had different weights. Okay. So and then those weights would either be published or they would be hidden to the competitors. Okay. And so for instance, if I was doing Malvesti on day one, Malvesti is typically a higher weighted event. It's high energy. It's a day one event. There's a lot of teams available. It's worth a lot of points. And so if there's 50 teams still in the hunt, and Malvesti is a weight of 5, and I get first place, that's 50 points times a weight of 5, which is 250 points. If I'm doing math in public, I think that's accurate.
There we go.
250 points, and so you can really lock in a pretty high score for an event like that. Whereas, let's say on day one, if you go from a weight of 5 event down to a weight of 1 event, there's 50 teams available. First place in that event is worth 50 points. So winning a weight of 5 event is like winning 5 weight of 1 events. This year, on day one, every event is a weight of 1, and they've been published, so competitors know that this event is worth the same amount as the HF shot event, as the vehicle ID event, as the drone event, as the obstacle course at the WTC. They're all worth the same, and so they've removed this year some of that strategy, but it also creates a whole nother strategy because there's 1,000 points available on day one. There's about 900 something points available on day 2, and about 900 or so, 8 to 900 points available on day 3. So it stays competitive throughout the 3 days of the competition. Whereas also historically, because there's more teams available and high weights on day 1, you had teams running away with the competition on day 1. There was kind of like a moniker where people say, "Hey, you win day 1, you win the competition," and so they're trying to kind of keep every team in the hunt throughout the entirety of the competition, which is why I believe that they went to uniform weights each day. And those weights start to change at the night road march. It's a weight of 1.75 as soon as we go on the night road march tonight. Vince, welcome back. Good to have you.
Rangers lead the way. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that I had to step away. I had to get pumped back up and figure out for you what is the penalty for coming in late to the pit. The penalty for coming in late to the pit is 1 point per minute you are late. Team 55 reported to the pit about 15 minutes late, but in big news, they went to all 13 events today. We are going to see if that gamble paid off. They were forced to push hard to get back here in time. But again, Team 55 clearing all 13 events, then arriving just a few minutes late. And we'll see if that, benefit outweighed the risk that they took. But again, those are the types of calls that teams that are looking to win have to make in order to be successful. We see the legend Nick O'Brien walking by right now. He is the head trainer of the 75th Ranger Regiment,
Dynasty.
A quiet professional. I'll never get him up to come do an interview, but I'm going to keep trying all weekend to pull Nick O'Brien for an interview. He has really built a dynasty. Jimmy Moore, for a second, let's just talk about the 75th Ranger Regiment has won in 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25, 5 years in a row. We are in 2026, and now we are going to see if they can pull out an unprecedented 6-peat. Jimmy, what does that look like?
The 75th Ranger Regiment is certainly dialed in on the details of this competition, on how to train effectively, how to recruit effectively, and just how to prepare their soldiers in a way that so far other units haven't been able to respond to. It's absolutely incredible to see what Nick and Adam and the rest of the team have done with this program, and we've both benefited from that program, and it's absolutely fantastic because similar to Abrams Charter, a lot of those guys who train under the regiment programs, they go out to other units and they also increase the proficiency of the best Ranger teams. I mean, you have Chief Field, who's on Team 26 from the 101st. He's a product of the 75th Ranger Regiment Best Ranger training. I believe in it was 2017, 2018. He was a finisher. That's just one person that comes to mind. I'm sure that there's more out there. It's incredible to see that what can happen when you pull from a pool of specially selected and well-trained soldiers, and then you give them a task, go win Best Ranger, and then you give them the resources. The H2F staff, you give them the gym, you give them the weights, you give them the special duty to say, hey, your number one job for the next 2 to 3 months is to go and win Best Ranger, to represent the Ranger Regiment, to show what our soldiers are capable of, to show the world that we are specially selected and well trained. And then when somebody benefits from that program and they eventually move on to another organization, if they're still involved in Best Ranger, they can fortify not only the competitiveness of Best Ranger, which is just some benefits, but they fortify the soldiers in all the other units. And so I think what the guys are doing at 75th in their programming is obviously fantastic. And I can't wait to see what they do this year and how they place. It's an incredible program.
Yeah, absolutely is. I think looking at it too, it's one of those things. The Abrams Charter dictates, you got to go out and make the Army a better place too. And what we've seen is that model of a professional system kind of built around this competition, training soldiers to be a little more physically fit, more lethal, more tactically and technically proficient, then goes out to the rest of the Army, and other units try to model that, try to also take that on. And then I think more importantly, you have competitors taking this back to their units afterwards, right? And so that model that started maybe at the 75th of how to maybe train and prepare for this well is now starting to percolate down into units as more and more competitors come here, train for this competition, and then take what they learn, take it back to their squads, their teams, their platoons, their companies, and as soldiers, hey, if we can take this, these group of guys and train them in this remarkable way in, 3 months for the Best Ranger competition, why can't we do that all the time for soldiers, right? And I think that is one of the takeaways from this competition that I hope, all these guys that are competing today, that are young, that are going back to their units, and have a time to really make an impression on the force, take, and they go back there, they keep pushing the envelope, they keep applying these things that they learned out here. And some of these tasks we talk about, like just solid marksmanship. You want every soldier to be a solid marksman, right? Basic, ranger, first responder, or medical lane, you want every soldier to be proficient at that. You would prefer every soldier to know how to use a radio just in case they have to be the guy or gal that picks it up and has to employ it. So I think all these skills that are involved in the Best Ranger competition, they really make better soldiers. And if we can take what we know here in the competition and then go apply it to the force, we're only going to make the force more lethal.
Yeah, and the best thing a team can do when they come back from a competition, regardless of how, if you got cut, the 40 team cut, or you get cut on day 1 or day 2, or if you're a competition finisher or a winner, is they go back and they do an AAR. I know that the 75th Ranger Regiment team, I know most teams are ruthless about coming back, doing an AAR, figuring out, okay, how did this train up go? What worked well? What do we need to do differently? What was relevant this year for the competition? The things that changed, the curveballs that kind of presented themselves during the competition. Did you feel prepared? How prepared were you? What can we do next year for this next group of guys that come in? And I believe every unit should be doing that. I certainly hope they are. But then the question is, how well do they manage that AAR? Where does it go? Who gets it? Where's the binder go? Who's it handed off to? And how is the team that comes the next year going to be better? The Ranger Regiment certainly does a good job. Nick is certainly the proponent of helping manage all those lessons learned and making sure that they're implemented across multiple years and multiple phases and cohorts of competitors. If just like anything else, like we're talking about the proficiency of an organization, if any organization does that, they're certainly going to get better. We don't repeat mistakes. Yeah. As long as we don't repeat mistakes, we can make new mistakes, and we can learn from other people's mistakes, and we're going to certainly be better Rangers.
Yeah, I know Command Sergeant Major Brett Johnson is out here somewhere. When I was a young lieutenant, something he imparted on me pretty early on was like, to be better, all we're asking of you is to be violently capable at the basics. Violently good at the basics, and be very, very proficient at the basics. Do those things remarkably well, and we'll be a remarkable unit. And I think, that is one of those things you see here at the competition is none of these things alone may be, the hardest thing you've ever done, but you stack these things together and you just have to, be very in control of the basics. You have to be proficient at just about everything. And if you are wildly proficient and solid at the basics, you are going to come here, you are going to place well, you're going to perform well, and you're going to have a great, great time.
Yeah, I mean, we talked earlier about how any ranger who's out here has gone through Malvesti at least once as a ranger student.
Yeah.
This is something that is asked of any ranger, and not just any ranger, but anyone who comes to ranger school and makes it to day 2, if they're still doing Malvesti on day 2. These are simple things. You need to be able to climb a rope, you need to be able to do some chin-ups, you need to be able to traverse some horizontal ladders, and you need to be able to swim in like 3-foot water underneath some barbed wire. They set the standard, they maintain the standard, and they just expect you to execute. The best ranger competition is where they pour gasoline on the fire and they say, all right, how fast can you do it with this many miles on your legs, with all these different conditions, and we're gonna give you 15 goos and 12 MREs, and you gotta divvy it up over the course of a 3-day competition. That's where they're taking something that's very basic and they're expanding upon it, and they're adding fuel to the fire, saying, and even if you do it well, there's 50 other guys, 60 other guys out here that can also do it well, and you're racing them, and we're just gonna figure out who comes out on top. It's not about who comes out as the winner. It's the fact that these guys are here makes them winners because they're brilliant in the basics things. They execute them violently, and then they're just here to see who wins on these days in these conditions this year.
Yeah. So we've got a couple questions in the chat about Team 41 and Team 31. Team 31 currently in 13th place. Team 41 currently in 28th place. You're going to start seeing some fog roll in over Malvesti. Pretty typical down here in Georgia. As the sun sets, the humidity starts to kick up from the ground that was hiding throughout the day. It is starting to cool off here a little bit. We are getting an awesome, intense fog over Malvesti. As you look down it, it's really setting the scene of the best ranger competition and making this somewhat cinematic. Again, none of these scores that we currently have are official until posted by the Maneuver Center of Excellence social media platform. However, we do have some preliminary results, and I'll just remind everyone currently sitting in first, second, and third are Team 50, Team 43, and Team 55, with the big question of did Team 55's gamble to go get every single event today pay off? We will find out soon, and we will find out then throughout the night and throughout day 2 how that progresses, how that changes. But again, we have seen big shakeups in the top 10, in the top 15, in the top 20 throughout the day over and over again. So I still believe the top 10 is a wildly close pursuit, and we will see exactly how this thing shakes up as we continue to work.
Yeah, we certainly do have nature running our special effects. Yeah, we planned this. It was ready to go. That's why
it's in
we
the rehearsal.
Yeah, it was in the rehearsal. That's why we selected this camera angle. It looks fantastic. Hey, I'm looking out. Oh, what do you got?
Yeah, so we just had a question on when is the next cut. The next cut is going to occur after Malvesti. So we got all the teams that have to clear Malvesti. Then we are going to cut to 32 teams. We are going to cut to 32 teams after we are done with Malvesti. We are going to go from 40 to 32, again with the goal. By Sunday, we've got to cut down to 16 teams, 1-6, only 16 teams will complete the Best Ranger competition. I've got guys with headlamps on preparing to go to the bayonet assault course. So when I said earlier, hey, if you got here early, you got to take advantage of the light conditions, that team with headlamps is now going to have to navigate Malvesti with headlamps on. I think I see a Team 36. They're about to approach the ropes. You'll see them on the ropes shortly. I think that was Team 36. Tough to tell from this vantage point, but again, we've got teams out on Malvesti. We might only have, what do you think, maybe 10 teams left to get through Malvesti. They've been running pretty tight.
They've had a pretty tight and efficient throughput. I think that we should be seeing some of the teams who were coming in right at the line. I still haven't seen Team 27. They were coming in 1 minute early. I think I saw like Team 5 was coming in 1 minute early. Team 20 was coming in 1 minute early. We obviously, Team 55, They decided to trade 15 points for maybe 40 points. We'll see if it pays off. So as we start seeing some of those teams who came in last minute, I think that's when we know we're close to the end of the throughput. Yeah, we talked earlier about the limited visibility in the wood line for Bayonet Assault Course leading into Malvesti. Looks like they're opting to bring headlamps. I don't know if it is guidance from the RIs or just creative competitors, but looks like they're problem solving.
You know, if there's something I know about the Georgia woods at night, it's that they're dark. And so I think the headlamps
Excellent.
are probably a little bit of both a competitor option
Yeah.
and an RI dictated thing to maintain some safety out there. But again, if you've been training for this competition for months, you've spent time under your headlamp. You've gone out into the woods, you've done some night orienteering with the headlamp, or you've done some, early morning trail runs with the headlamp. You are used to your headlamp. Will it slow you down a little bit? Maybe. But it looks like they're allowing them to use white light for that portion to try to maintain as much of an advantage. So now the question is, did you bring your good headlamp to the competition that's bright enough? Because usually competitors aren't quite planning for, hey, I've got an opportunity to use a white light out there, out on the trail, in order to try and maintain some level playing field to those that went in the day. But for teams that are out here with their bright white light, they are going to, likely see some success moving forward.
Yeah, and then did you replace your batteries before you stepped off this morning?
Woo!
Who knows? As I'm looking out on Malvesti in the pit here, you got teams that are post Malvesti. They're done. They're waiting. They're in the ruck hold. I'm seeing, like you said, dry uniforms on. I'm seeing boots off. I'm seeing feet elevated. Soldiers, Rangers are going into their recovery plan. They're eating. They're getting into the snacks. I haven't really seen any pizza boxes or anything like that. We're talking about. We might see maybe some
creative options.
yeah, some creative options certainly to take advantage of the open food rule this year. But I see guys entering into their recovery plan. But also I see a Ranger who's warming up. He's jogging back and forth. It's like we were talking about. You get back from the Ranger reckoning. You're told to sit down and wait for a little while, and then it's been 45 minutes or an hour, and then all of a sudden they're like, hey, you're up in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What's your routine?
And you can see how some of these guys in the pit are moving differently than others. Like, you're going to see some teams that are going to start these events, and they're going to absolutely start flying through some of these things, where other teams may have taken a little additional time through some of these things. And some of that, again, is ebbs and flows. You're going to go through high points and low points all weekend long, over and over again. But a lot of the times, it's how can you motivate your partner during those low points or those high points in order to try and be successful. It looks like we've got Team 55 headed out to Malvesti. They were one of the last teams to the pit, so they should be one of the last teams through Malvesti if they're doing it in the fair order, and I believe they are. So it looks like we are clear of the pit after Team 55 is about to start the long Bayonet Assault course into Malvesti. And so again, we will see once they wrap. We will wait for the scores to be published from today. We will do the night ruck cuts into 32 teams, and then 32 teams will carry on for the opportunity to compete to be crowned the best Rangers here shortly.
Yeah, I'm not sure when they start the clock for the Bayonet Assault course, but the team before 55 that went in, I started them when I saw them walk into the wood line. They're sitting at 4 minutes right now. I'm trying to get a feel for what that total time is. We were tracking that 14 minutes is a pretty good time as of right now with Bayonet Assault course and Malvesti and all the walls and all the different obstacles that we're covering here. So maybe we'll get a feel for what kind of time Team 55 is putting up here.
Yeah. Right now, we've got a question about the time of the Unknown Distance Ruck March. It is not going to start here at 2100 Eastern Standard Time. How do I know that? We're already past it. However, we will start after Malvesti, and once points are finally calculated for day one, they will calculate through 32 teams. 32 teams will make the cut. Single cut from 40 down to 32. 32 teams going out onto the night road march, and then moving on to night stakes. So again, we will wait to get those scores. We will post those scores here in this live stream. We will also send those scores out, but again, no score is official until you see it on the Maneuver Center of Excellence social media page. Once it's there, then it is official, but we will give you any preliminary scores as we receive them. We still have not received an update, likely won't receive an update again until after Malvesti, and we've got the final teams currently out on the Bayonet Assault course and Malvesti. We can't see the start of the Bayonet Assault course from where we're located, so I don't have a clear idea of the time it's going to take kind of like Jimmy was saying. But what we do know is that all of the teams are now out of the pit. They have began either the Bayonet Assault Course or Malvesti, and once they are done, we will wait for that final point count in order to know who moves on into night 6.
Yeah, and you mentioned a little bit earlier about seeing how competitors are moving around in the pit, and we're at the point now where, we mentioned earlier, but they're finished with their events, they're walking around, and you start to see the body starts to tell you, hey, I need you to focus on like your knee before you step off on the road march tonight. I need you to maybe roll out your shoulders before you throw the rucksack back on. How are the competitors handling those things where maybe they're used to in the train up having like Theraguns and Normatec boots and foam rollers, and now they're out here, they've got their rucksack and only their equipment. What are some ways that they're getting some recovery in besides just going to sleep and getting stagnant?
Yeah, so your buddy's elbow is a lacrosse ball out here. Your ranger buddy's ability to help you stretch out or help you regain mobility is part of the battle. You will see teams working together to get each other stretched out, rubbed out, massaged out, making sure the muscles are still working well. If your back is tight and you can't reach it, you've got a ranger buddy there, to help you out. And I think a lot of that is how partners work together. You can't be too proud in this competition to ask for help, especially from your ranger buddy when you're suffering out there. Another thing that I expect to see is, one, they're going into their goodie bags. They're getting whatever sustenance they need in order to recover. And then the last thing is sometimes in this condition when your muscles are super tight and you're close to cramping, static stretching is not necessarily your friend. Because as you elongate that muscle, you expose it to some stress, and then it can cramp into position, and now you're locked in a position you don't want to be in. So sometimes it's, is the juice worth the squeeze? My body's in a state that I don't have it often. Do I stretch often? If not, maybe now's not the time to start stretching, because you're introducing a new sort of fatigue or stress to your system. And at the same time, maybe it is. I think that's where art diverges from science, and it's really shooter's preference and what a ranger needs in order to be successful.
Yeah, and it comes from experience and what these guys have been doing in training. I was fortunate enough in my train up. We did an overnight movement to simulate a day one competition and then going into a night road march like these guys are about to do tonight. And I was doing the static stretching like you're talking about. I'm just thinking I'm taking care of my body and all that stuff, but it's just that lack of experience at the time. And then my legs are locking up on the ruck march. I'm wondering, why is that? What's going on? Hopefully these guys have experiences in their train-ups where they've been able to kind of stress test some of those systems and some of those techniques that they have to know what works on game day. Because after that experience, and I kind of learned what some of my weaknesses were when it came to that, I don't engage in static stretching before the night road march. It's dynamic. I'm up. I'm moving around. I'm on my feet. I try not to sleep too much. I don't want to be getting up and being groggy and as valuable as sleep is. It's just something I know about myself because of the training that I've conducted. And so I'm really curious to see how well guys are adhering to their plans. You got to plan your fight and then you got to fight your plan. And then how have those plans changed? And then do they have the discipline to go back to what the original plan is now that they have a little bit of time to think, a little bit of time to get into their bags and get their stuff? Can you return back to your baseline before you're going out on the night road march tonight?
Yeah, I think those are all fantastic points. I see, I believe it's now Captain Gabby White sitting around the pit with her team. She was the first female to compete in the Best Ranger competition, the first female to finish the Best Ranger competition last year in 2025. She's down here this week, training up a third ID team. In front of us, we have, Major John Bergman, a multiple-time winner. We've got Trent Petty, the director of the National Ranger Association. Nick Whitney's out here, multi-time, high-up competitor. We all remember a couple years ago when he came off the wall, he blew his ACL, still got up, tried to flip the tire until it became clear that, that injury was just a little bit too much. Still comes back, I believe, places second in the competition, a year later. A remarkable story about, the testament and will of a Ranger. And, you've got guys that you'll show up to your unit and you're like, I don't do hard things anymore because I've jumped, 15 times. Nick Whitney is a testament, that a fine Ranger NCO is still going to get up, still going to go complete the mission, going to carry on and do some fine things. The pit, again, is empty. We have all the teams out on the Bayonet Assault Course or on Malvesti, so we are probably about 15-20 minutes away from wrapping up day one, and then we will move into Night one.
Night one.
And it never stops. It never really stops. I know Jimmy, myself, and the legend of the game, Jay Brand, are going to be out on the road march tonight, booting and scooting, and bringing you some coverage out there. That is going to wrap up, given the time right now, maybe around 2 or 3 a.m. It is going to be a long, long night. But if for whatever reason you're an insomniac, or you just love the competition, or you're just a glutton for pain, please join us on the live stream tonight as we bring you more content from the 2026 42nd Annual David E. Grange Best Ranger Competition out here at Fort Benning, Georgia. You are watching some Rangers go up the ropes on Malvesti. Again, we may only have 4 or 5 more teams out on Malvesti right now. Once they calculate scores for the night for Malvesti, they're going to cut to 32. 32 are going to move to the night road march. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. We had a couple questions out here at Camp Rogers from some guys stopping by the table. If you are at Camp Rogers, you got some questions, you are always welcome to come stop by. Tomorrow, we will begin live coverage at about 8:30 at Building 4. If you are in the Columbus, Georgia area or the Fort Benning area, you have friends in the Fort Benning area, Columbus, Georgia area, tell them to come head out to the Best Ranger competition. Starting tomorrow at 8:30, we will be going live from Building 4, the home of the infantry, the home of armor. And on the field in front of Building 4, we will be watching the Best Ranger competition go down. We are going to be located right in front of the rock wall to bring you non-stop action. We will have 3 cameras on ground, all in the same location. Tomorrow, we are going to try to get a camera out to Selby Cactus to watch the urban assault course at the end of the day. We are trying to cover as much of this competition for you all as we possibly can. But again, tomorrow, 8:30 a.m., come check in with us as we go live again for day 2. We're not done here yet, but I just want to put that out there. Again, if for you know anybody that's interested in the competition, you have friends, family, people that are interested, please send them the live stream link, send them the National Ranger Association Facebook page, send them the MCOE Facebook page so that they can stay in tune. If you are here down at Fort Benning this weekend, please download the Guide-On app. The Guide-On app is your one-stop shop, your keys to the castle here in Fort Benning. You can download that. It can help you get around Fort Benning. It's got our schedule of events. Again, this is the Army. We're going to react to contact constantly. So, yes, today we are running a little bit behind schedule, but that is because they gave Rangers today the opportunity to go complete more events. And that's exactly what they did. What that means for Rangers, it is going to be a long night. The night road march tonight is going to be hefty. It is going to be long. It is over some nasty terrain, some big hills. So again, keep your eyes out for what is going to go down tonight at the night road march and night stakes and how that affects some of our scoring moving forward into day 2 and day 3. Again, tomorrow, 8:30, we will be going live. We are going to continue to cover this live until we step off for the night road march, at which time we will transition into a little bit of a mobile platform to cover the night iteration of the Ruck March. And then at night stakes, there is no coverage. I am sorry if any of you guys were going to be up from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., but we will not be covering the night stakes. That is a closed event. They try to keep it very dark. We don't want any additional light on station. And there are a ton of events which you could gain a decisive advantage if somehow you had, an inadvertent cell phone go off and light expose something. So we won't be out at night stakes, but that doesn't mean when you wake up there won't be an updated score sheet for you to look at. We will have updated scores for you once we get them, and night stakes will be another big mover. Across day 1, there are 25 events. Up to this point, we've only seen 15 of them. That means we have 10 more events to go, one of them being the night road march. That night road march is worth a multiplier of 1.75. It is the largest single event on day 1, and it will be a big mover. You will see teams really pushing to try and be successful out there. It looks like we may have 2 or 3 more teams out on Malvesti, and once those teams are complete, then we will be complete here with Malvesti. We will wait for scores to be calculated, and then we will see who is moving on to night stakes and then possibly into day 2. There are hundreds of people out here at Camp Rogers right now cheering on their Rangers. We got Rangers all around the pit. We see equipment drying out, socks being changed, boots being managed, rucks being packed, and we've got guys down on Malvesti to include their families, friends, and their support crews running and gunning with the competitors, cheering them on. We've got families out here late into the night, making sure that, the kids can see Dad and Ranger compete out here at the Best Ranger competition. We've got legend of the game Dan Ellis walking around from OTB Boots, making sure that the carbons on people's feet are working correctly. But right now, just an awesome place to be. So again, if you are in the Columbus area, the Fort Benning area, or know someone who is, please send them to Building 4 on Fort Benning tomorrow. I promise you it's going to be a party. Vendors out there all day tomorrow. Vendor tables spread throughout. Bounce houses for the kids. Food trucks for your enjoyment. Come on out. Have some fun. Building 4, Fort Benning, Georgia. It is going to be a fantastic time. Right now, we are still waiting for the completion of the day 1 iteration. Day 1 iteration is going to be complete here at Malvesti. If you are just tuning in, if someone just kicked you this link and they were like, yo, go check in, what they went through today is this. We started with the buy-in event. The buy-in event was a 14 to 24 mile event. You might be saying, why was it 14 to 24 mile event? It was part of 3 phases. Phase 1 was a run with plate carrier on into a sandbag carry. Then they did a run, swim, run event. Then they did a water can carry event for a 1.5 miles. But the trick, every time you dropped the can, you had to run back to the start line. So for some teams, they were able to complete that in 4 or 5 carries. Some teams, it was every 150 meters as the day dragged on. Top teams finished those first 3 events in 2 hours and 20 minutes, with our last place teams finishing that event in about 6 hours. That event was absolutely brutal, and it really tested Rangers. After that, they went off onto Ranger Reckoning. They spread across Fort Benning, and they started completing all the ranges around Fort Benning. Once the ranges they had 13 ranges they could go to, they could really pick their own route, pick their own destiny. They didn't have to go to everything, but they could pick what to go to, what they wanted to complete, and then what they didn't want to complete. Right now, the reporting we're getting is 1 team has completed every event that I'm tracking, and I will double check that, but the 1 team to complete all 13 events as of right now was Team 55 of USASOC. And we'll see if when we get the final points, how that shifts some movement around. Now, after Ranger Reckoning, they came back here at 8 p.m. They had to do the Bayonet Assault course and the Malvesti full obstacle course. That is all the walls, all the obstacles of the Malvesti obstacle course, and they are wrapping back around here to the pit at Camp Rogers, Fort Benning, Georgia, where now they have entered Ruckhold. Ruckhold is where competitors will wait until the night unknown distance road march. Competitors, once they reach that pit, have covered anywhere from 45 to 60 miles today of movement. And tonight, they are in for an unknown distance road march that will carry them at least a couple dozen more. We don't exactly know how long it is. You got a basic idea of how long it may be if you know the distance from Rogers to Darby, but the route that the RIs choose isn't known and can always be changed. Something at the Best Ranger competition that's important to note is that at any time they can make an audible. They can say, you know what, we're going to go longer. We're going to make this harder. Or you know what, we're going to do a different route that might be a little bit more difficult because we think too many guys think it's a certain distance. They will absolutely test Ranger in that way, and we'll see what happens here tonight during the night road march. Team 55 coming across the finish line of Malvesti. Right now, they are the last team through Malvesti. You are watching them go immediately into cooling protocol. They're going to have to take their cognitive test. Again, physical, technical, tactical, and cognitive tests going on throughout the weekend. 4 types of really events that we've got going on. We've got Luke Ebling off to the side who refuses to come back on camera, but we will get him back here, a legend of the game, 2023 champion. Maybe he'll come up, maybe he won't. The world will never know. Are most events on main post tomorrow? Yes. Most events are on main post tomorrow. Actually, almost all except for one are on main post tomorrow. We are at Building 4 tomorrow, starting at about 8:30 a.m. or when we're going to start going warm with the live stream. 9 a.m. events are going to start going off tomorrow morning. And then it is all day excitement out at Building 4 in the field in front of Building 4. They're going to be running through events nonstop all day long. And then they will kick from there out to Selby Cactus to finish off their day. And from Selby Cactus, they will go into the night orienteering event tomorrow. So if you are in the Columbus or Fort Benning, Georgia area, please come out to Building 4 tomorrow here, Fort Benning, Georgia, and come have some fun with us. It is going to be an outstanding day. Vendor tents everywhere, some bounce houses for the kids. We've got food trucks going to be out there, and then you can watch Rangers absolutely compete. Back behind me in the pit, we've got guys putting on snivel gear, trying to get warm while we're in ruck hold. And again, we are going to calculate points now, or ARTB's going through the process of calculating points for a cut from 40 down to 32. Luke Ebling still off to the side, still not willing to come on, but if the people cheer him on, he'll probably come on the camera. Thank you, Katrina, for passing along that information. Again, you got anybody in the area of Fort Benning or Columbus, Georgia, send them to Building 4 tomorrow. It is now nighttime here in Fort Benning. The sun is completely gone. It is starting to get dark. The last time that these guys will see light is when they leave Camp Rogers, and then they will go into the darkness of the night for the Unknown Distance Foot March and the Night Stakes events out at Camp Darby. Those are both closed events, so don't try to come out to them. Don't try to come out to Camp Darby if you were feeling ambitious and had nothing to do at 3 a.m. Those are closed events to the public, but again, the next time to see Rangers competing in action is going to be tomorrow morning, about 8:30 to 9 a.m.
All right, guys, so here's the deal.
4, and we will be out there until about 2 or 3 p.m. So come on out. We will be out there just about all day. It'll be an absolute blast to watch. Come out our way, have some fun, and we will keep working.
The results.
We've got some music. We're waiting for final score update. Final score update right now is tentatively scheduled for 9:30. Pretty quickly after that, they're going to roll into the night road march. Once we publish the final score update, we're going to roll out from this position. We're going to have this feed actually shut down. So if you're here right now, just know we're going to be shutting down this feed after we get this last score update. We'll put it on the screen. Please screenshot it, send it out. But again, all scores that you see here are provisional until posted by the Maneuver Center of Excellence.
That'll be the next live stream up.
We
I'll be
understand that they can move or shift a little bit. But this next
the main
score
stage is still
posting that we
on.
get
I'll be
should
cutting
really
here
be
since
setting
the
the
action's
conditions
done.
for the next cut from 40
and then,
teams
like I
down to
said, you can
32.
pick up
Those 32 teams
around
will have the
10:15,
opportunity to compete in
10:30.
night stakes and the opportunity
check
to
out the
continue
teams
to
as
compete
they start
to be
the night foot
next
march.
best
Unknown distance.
Ranger. We are working our way down to
Anywhere
16
from about 10,
teams
12
by
to
Sunday.
20.
Only one are going to host the
Remember,
staccatos
these
over their
guys
head
have a very
and call
long day
themselves
of
the next
time on the
best
feet.
Ranger. Jimmy Moore, can you take over for just a moment?
And man, what a great way to spend a weekend. Friday night under the lights.
Yeah, so this year we're doing a cut down to 32 teams before the night road march.
Fort Benning, Georgia.
That's not very common.
Best
Sometimes
Ranger.
you still have, depending on how the
Vision
competition is designed, you still have 50
2026.
teams or 55.
So I'm going to go ahead and sign out now.
Competition.
You guys make sure you come back up.
Just
Check
recently
around
became
10:15,
part of the
10:30. Look for the live feed for the
competition.
foot
And
march.
it's a great part of the
Rangers are
competition.
getting ready for their foot march. It's going to be a long one tonight, and then we'll see all these guys tomorrow morning over around Infantry Hall, Building 4, for a full day in the sun tomorrow. Thanks everybody for
See if
tuning
they get
in.
into the
Don't forget to
competition,
send a like.
so you can have more people. You can help grow the competition. You
I'll
have
be
more units,
signing out.
training more
Catch
guys.
Jay around 10:15, 10:30.
Training Rangers on
Thanks for
soldier proficiency, so
watching.
that when they finish the train up, they can go back to their units and they can build soldier proficiency in their organizations. And so usually they have, anywhere between 40 to 55 guys still in the competition, 40 to 55 teams starting the night road march. This year, they're taking it down to 32 before the night, which is usually at night stakes, you got anywhere between 3 hours to 6 hours. They show up with it, you gotta go through, on the timeline that ARTB is looking to stick to make sure that they're giving competitors the opportunity to get there, to complete their stakes, to complete their recovery operations, and then, hey,
It makes me say thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
a little bit of technical difficulties, but we'll work through that.
That availability is now free. Anybody else wants to stream something, it pops up on our stream. So sorry about that,
Yeah.
folks. But
Hey,
it
I'm
is
glad that we're
gone now.
streaming, I'd say, like, pretty PG stuff there.
Earlier we had a Catholic church service, so it could be very worse.
Amen. Amen. All right. I'm glad I caught that. I just kind of like looked down at the monitor there and I was like, hey, there's some motivated people on my screen that are not, I don't they were cooking. Yeah, they were cooking. 32 teams. ARTB's thinking about throughput. So they've got night stakes ready tonight for 32 teams to come through. Hopefully teams finish the road march. They conduct their layout historically. You complete the layout. If you're missing any items, if you have any deficiencies, it's 15 minutes per deficiency added to your ruck time. So if you come in at 4 hours, you're missing a toothbrush, a little tiny toothbrush from your packing list, then you're costing 15 minutes to your team. Typically teams are, they're Rangers, they've checked their gear, they've checked it twice, they've made sure that they have everything that they possibly need, but still there happens to be packing list deficiencies, things that come out of their control. Maybe like a pocket knife comes out of their pocket on the Buddy Team live fire event and they're down a pocket knife and they already know that they're going to be 15 minutes short and it's going to be a challenge. They're going to know they have to be 15 minutes faster on the ruck march because they're going to get penalized. It does happen in the Best Ranger competition. Things do happen and they have to account for that. So they'll finish the ruck march. They're gonna get their layout. They're gonna get their final score, their final time, and then they're gonna go into night stakes. I'm gonna pull up my con-op here to go over what night stakes entails. But yeah, the cut down to 32 teams. It is unique. It is new. Usually you have about 40 plus teams going into night stakes. I want to talk the night stakes events. I don't have the sheet in front of me.
Yes, night stakes events. Rangers lead the way, everyone. My name is Vince Pankowski. We are out here at the 42nd annual
He's got it
David
memorized.
E. Grange Best Ranger Competition. We are going out to night stakes at Camp Darby. Several different events. I'm being told to move this way, that way. I don't know which way's up. However, what we got tonight at night stakes is a variety of events. We really have 10 events out there. I'll try to go through most of them right now. We've got the Call for Fire lane. We've got Javelin. We've got Vehicle ID. We've got Reptile ID. We've got the Weapons Box. We have intersection, resection out there tonight. We've got 4 more out there that I am blanking on right now, but it will be an absolute test of those cognitive and technical tasks tonight. Not a lot of tactical or physical tests tonight, but a lot of cognitive, technical tasks, and that's what you expect of a ranger after a long day of work, a brutal day of work, that they are able to cognitively and technically still perform well. We will see how that goes down tomorrow morning when we wake up and read out the scores. But again, about 10 events, I believe, tonight at night stakes. One of those is a mystery event.
Yep.
So we will see what that mystery event is tomorrow when we hear about it. But again, some of those things are things you can't necessarily plan for. I remember my year, the mystery event was throwing knives, hatchets, and shooting a bow and arrow in the dark after doing a bunch of rope climbs. Didn't expect that at all. Walked into that one blind. I've never thrown a knife before that, like a throwing knife before that day, but you figure it out as a ranger team. You know, you sit down very quickly, try to come up with a plan. In years past, the brigade mystery event has included Morse code, where they give you a book of Morse code and you gotta send something to your teammate. They have done things such as Kim's games, where there have been little clues throughout the day, and then at night they ask you to recall them, and you know, maybe a ranger's been paying attention throughout the day, maybe not. So we've got a bunch of different types of events that could be thrown at them for the brigade mystery event. We just don't know what they're going to experience, but a lot of great technical cognitive events. What did I miss?
Yeah, so I'm looking here at tonight. Once they finish the ruck march, they finish their layout, they're going to go in no particular order, but they got their weapons box, and then they got a virtual mount site, so virtual shoot house, intersection, resection, knots, call for fire, javelin trainer, reptile ID, vehicle ID, and then they go into the night hold, night 1, which I believe they're staying out at Darby for that night hold, which probably means that they're flying in to York Field tomorrow morning, it sounds like.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't seen a lift package land in and around the vicinity of Building 4 before, neither have I. But tomorrow morning, you have the opportunity to come out to Building 4 on Fort Benning, Georgia, and see a CH-47 or Black Hawk, I'm unsure which, but a lift package land in the vicinity of Building 4. Should be pretty cool event to bring your kids to, your nana to, you know, someone that knows nothing about the military. So if you know someone around Columbus, Georgia, Fort Benning, Georgia, send them our way to Building 4 on Fort Benning, Georgia tomorrow morning. About 8:30 we're going live, and we will have an absolute blast as we watch those birds come in and deliver the competitors into day stakes.
Yeah, so what do you think the mystery event is this year? If
Wow.
you had to guess, just pull something out of the...
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Man. I have a list in my head of just like potential mystery events or whatever it is. Like I swear there's gonna be something where it's like maybe guys like a couple years ago they had like a special code and you had to open up a box and you had the video
Yes,
of those
yes.
guys who were like ripping the box
Big
open.
Ranger ripping it. Yeah.
You got the Strong Ranger versus
Yeah.
the Smart Ranger thing.
You know, we had the reptile team out here earlier, so maybe it's some classic gator wrestling.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause
Gator
they're
wrestling.
outstanding. We don't know. The best part about the Best Ranger competition is no one knows. R6 and R7 know, and soon the competitors will know. But again, we have completed Malvesti here. We are waiting for final score readout from the day. Once we have final score readout from the day, we're going to break here. Our legend of the day, Jay Brend, is going to take you through the night road march. Myself, Jimmy are going to be out there with him, braving the cold. I'm not sure if Jimmy's got enough clothes, but we're going to find out tonight. We will be out there for the night road march, watching these guys absolutely go through it until about 2 or 3 a.m., and then they will transition to night stakes. Once they transition to night stakes, again, that is a closed event. There will be no media there. There will be no live stream there. You will likely be asleep, but when you wake up, you will see the scores from what happened at night stakes, and then we will start to unravel all the movement that's happened during day 1 into day 2. So again, day 1 is complete. We're moving into night 1. Night 1 is going to be the night road march, night stakes. And then what we're talking about tomorrow at Building 4 is day 2 And again, this thing's going to keep rolling until Sunday. We're about to get it cut down to 32 teams. That's what we're waiting now, and once we get that, we will let you know.
Yeah, and it's good to break the competition down into those 5 pieces. For anybody, I spend some time with guys who are interested in competing, talking to them about the competition, just kind of introducing it to them. And when I introduce the competition to somebody, I'm usually breaking it into those 5 categories. You have day 1, you have night 1, you have day 2, you have night 2, and then you have day 3. Which it sounds so simple, but there really are key transition points. What we're seeing right now is a key transition point between day 1 and night 1. It's not just the cuts, but it's the opportunity. This is the first time since was it 05:30 this morning that competitors have actually had the opportunity to sit down, take their socks off, take inventory of like what's going on in their body, conduct some form of recovery before getting it all up and back on again, and then going out there and executing whatever the next event is, in this case the night road march. This is something you gotta break it up. You gotta reset, you gotta re-engage, and you gotta be ready for the next phase of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's how competitors think about the competition too, right? You're breaking this competition into achievable gates for yourself. That first achievable gate is, hey, let's just go get through the buy-in. Then let's go through day 1. Then let's go into night the night road march, really. Then we're gonna go night 1, you know. And so these things are always referred to as, you know, day 1, night stakes, day stakes. You know, day 3 is really a show onto its own. And really tomorrow night, what you can expect is the night orienteering course. The night orienteering course is a pretty brutal endeavor. I know for me, that was the hardest part of the competition. What does night orienteering really look like?
Yeah, so night orienteering. So tonight they're going to be on the roads doing a ruck march, and they're going to be going as fast as they possibly can for an unknown distance. Tomorrow night they're going to be in the woods wearing their ruck, moving for a specified amount of time. So they're going to say, hey, you have 6 hours or 8 hours, but for an unknown distance. It's as far as the competitors want to go to get as many land nav points as they can all night long, similar to Ranger Reckoning. Whoever gets the most points, the furthest distance traveled through the woods, wearing ruck, with all the miles on the legs. Can they stay mentally, physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight? Yeah, not using those white lenses, white lights throughout the woods of Fort Benning to conduct the land nav event. Usually teams who win that land nav event are still covering 12 plus miles, not the straight line distance that they're getting scored on, but 12 plus miles of all the squiggly lines that they need to go through to get around trees and over bushes and to get through erosion ditches. There's a whole lot going on in the wood line, so much that we can't even cover it tomorrow night. It's probably the biggest, not secretive event, but it's kind of like a best kept secret of Best Ranger, that if you make it to night 2 land nav, it's a pretty incredible experience that these competitors are going to carry with them for the rest of their lives.
Okay, so we've got a question right now from Carolyn Britton coming in. Can you read off the final 32? So the rankings you're currently seeing in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen are not the final 32. Those are our updates from before Malvesi. So we're going to wait for the final publishing until then. But what I can tell you is if you want to post who your team is that you're looking for, I'll pull that up on my phone. I'll let you know exactly who that is or who you're cheering on, what place they were in as of 7:32 p.m. But again, that all changed since Malvesi's now going on. We're going to expect to see some score shifts again, some placement moves again. And so we will continue to monitor that. But again, Carolyn, if you have a specific team you want me to look for, I can absolutely pull that up for you. All right, one moment. We're going to do a quick AV check. I'm switching my mic over to my cameraman, Ian. Oh, okay, never mind. I got a different mic. Apparently my mic was wearing out. I am so sorry. It's probably because I've been grabbing the cable all day. AV guy keeps telling me not to do that. I keep doing it. That's on me. Bad Ranger. All right. Team 13 and Team 30. Team 13 and Team 30, we will take a look real quick at our most recent scoring and let you know. Team 13 is in 15th place. Team 30 currently in 4th place. That is, again, a provisional score as of 7:32 p.m. No scores are official until posted on the Maneuver Center of Excellence social media pages. But again, a provisional score for those teams as you're looking. We can continue to look those up for you. We've got, Team 58 in the chat right now. Yes, last year was an absolute shake-up. Team 56, Team 59 as of 37-39. Team 56, and I apologize looking at my phone, but this is as professional as we're getting. Team 56 is 35. Team 59 in 24th place. That West Point team in 24th place. Again, we're expecting to cut down to 32 here before the night road march. Again, anything can change. They can decide to step off. They could take 40 guys into night stakes if they, or the night road march and cut on the back end of the night road march. They could cut down to 32 here. We believe it's a cut down to 32. That's what we've been told during the day. We're going to wait to see if that's actually what manifests here, but that's what we expect, and that's why we're waiting for final scores post Malvesi to understand who gets the honor to go through the unknown distance foot march tonight. Should be pretty electric. Better them than me.
Yeah, and I did a little bit of math too so there's 32 teams available, but the night road march, it's a weight of 1.75. So that means max points for that event is 56 points. All the events we've had today, the max points have been 40 points. So you have 40 teams. So if you're number 1, you get 40 points. If you're number 2, you get 39 points, so on and so forth. And so that changes once we change the number of teams available. So if it goes down to 32, starts with 32 points, goes down to 31, 30, and so on and so forth. But the weight is also changing. It's changing from 1 to 1.75. So we're decreasing teams, we're increasing weights. There's more points on the board, which can add the more flex in that scoreboard, as we talked about. We don't. The competition's designed for no team to just run away with the competition. If they win the initial event and it's worth 500 points, it would take 3 days to get all those points back. It's a lot more even this year to keep things competitive the entire time.
Yeah.
And that night road march is that first step in that direction.
Absolutely. A couple questions coming in about Team 11. Team 11 currently in 30th place. Again, provisional as of 7:30. That's pre-Malvesti. And then Team 23 in 32nd place currently. Again, provisional. And again, no score is official until posted by the Maneuver Center of Excellence. If you're just joining us now, again, we are waiting for final scores from day one prior to the ruck step-off. We believe that it is going to cut down to 32 teams. We'll let you know when that's official. And when we get that final score ranking, we will post it immediately on the screen here, full size, so you can see it and walk you through some of the things we're seeing before we close up shop here tonight. How many teams completed all of the day events? So far, what we're tracking is there's only one team that has completed all the day events. I'm tracking Team 55 of USAC completed all the day events. However, it forced them to come in behind schedule as well. So we'll see how that plays out with getting an extra event and then taking a time penalty to do it. So we'll have to see how that shakes out. But again, there were 13 available events today. If you wanted to grab all of them, you were looking at about 35 miles of movement, and that was after about 15 to 20 miles of buy-in. So you were talking some teams have put on their legs 50 miles, and if you had a 25-mile buy-in, you could have been above that. So, we don't really know how many miles are on everybody's legs. We'll get some of those updates tonight, bring them to you, tomorrow as they go through some of the data from the Black Ohm system and see how much these guys have tracked. But again, these guys are rocking and rolling out here. They're getting ready for the night road march. If you're just joining us, we're going to wrap here. We're going to push to Jay Bren to cover the night road march after we get those final points. And then tomorrow, if you're not doing anything and you're around Fort Benning, Georgia, Columbus, Georgia, come out to Building 4.
Come on
Fort
down.
Benning, Georgia. Who wants to see a helicopter land near Building 4? I know I do. The field's going to be filled with competitors. There are going to be all the vendor tables out there. Come bring your kids for some free swag, some free stuff. Enjoy the atmosphere. Come support some Rangers and just come have a fun time. And if you swing by, please come swing by the table. We'd love to meet you, shake your hand, say hi. And again, we'll see you tomorrow. That'll go live at about 8:30 to 9 a.m. And then we're running there all day, Building 4.
I'm really interested. We keep talking about Team 55, and are they executing their plan? Is it going according to plan? Is it not going according to plan? They're sacrificing the 15 points, which is probably not deliberate, but they got extra miles on. But they might have gotten more points for hitting every single event. But then at the same time, you got more miles on the legs. So then are you going to be completely fresh for the night road march? I think it's gonna be really interesting to see how they do on the night road march. I think we had them labeled as one of our fittest teams to be able to handle just the movements, they're probably going to be one of the top teams for movements. I'm
Yeah.
curious to see if the 35 miles plus on the legs today is going to be able to have an influence on the ruck march tonight or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Teams start preparing for this in January. We've got a saying in the ultramarathon community that it's all about muscular endurance. If you're a Miracle fan, legs feed the wolf. Tonight is going to be a test of that muscular endurance, that conditioning that they've done long term. There are teams out here that have stacked, single huge weeks. There are teams out here that have stacked multiple big weeks. And it is those teams that have stacked consistent work for a long time now that are going to see the benefits of their training really show tonight against some of the teams that may have not been able to for whatever reason. Maybe that's experience, maybe that's their job requirement. It's also important to note that everyone out here is a Ranger and in the Army still. So they are out, still doing their jobs, still training as well. Some of them, yes, training full-time, but yes, still have a job. And I know, even if you're training full-time, you get called away for work still. That is the Army, that is the nature of the job. And when Ranger's asked to go do a mission, Ranger's gonna go do it. But again, we're waiting for that final cut down to 32 before the night road march. I don't see an indication that teams are standing up right now getting ready to ruck. So I think we're going to end up waiting for this point.
I think there's a good chance we're waiting all the way up until they start calling competitors forward for the road march.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but most teams covered in their train up. I don't say most teams. Many teams cover in their train up anywhere between 80 to 100 miles plus on their peak week, and their base weeks are hitting 60 miles, 50 to 60 miles plus, which takes, if you're just running at a standard easy recovery pace, we always talk about the zone 2 cardio. That's taking about 10 to 12 hours of just pure training hours running or doing some type of workout. It doesn't include your strength workouts. It doesn't include your recovery sessions. It doesn't include putting the kids to bed at night. A lot of the guys here are husbands, fathers, dads. Fathers and dads are the same thing.
There we go.
But yeah, they're balancing some work priorities. They're balancing some family priorities. They're balancing their fitness priorities and their goals, and getting in hours upon hours of training, and that's before they even get into all the training for all these stakes, the Throwbot event, the drone, the reptile identification, the javelin trainer, all these different things these guys have trained hours on. The age-old saying is, it's not until you can get it right, it's until you can't get it wrong. Yeah. And then they all come to compete against each other. It's pretty impressive what these guys have done to prepare to get to this point. Even if you are getting cut from 40 down to 32, you still got this far, which means you've made it pretty far in the competition, and certainly reap the benefits of your training to get through that buy-in event and then through Ranger Reckoning. It's a huge feat.
Yeah, Jimmy and I were talking about this morning. That buy-in event was brutal. I'm not sure I would want to do it. That buy-in event looked absolutely tough. Yeah. It would put you to your limit. But we are testing skill and will out here tonight and all weekend long. We had a quick question about Team 8. Team 8 currently sitting in 17th place, and Team 33 currently sitting in 36th place. Again, we expect this cut after Malvesti to go down to 32, but all scores that you see on your screen right now are pre-decisional and just provisional until they are published by the Maneuver Center of Excellence's official social media pages. Absolutely not. We are going to continue rolling. Jimmy Moore, if you want to take a break, you can take a break. We got fog rolling in over Fort Benning, Georgia. I can't believe Jimmy Moore just said, "Do you want to quit?" on a microphone during the Best Ranger competition, and we haven't even competed. Jimmy Moore, we are 16 hours, 12 minutes, and 28 seconds into the competition. We have watched.
Didn't know I was signing up for a roast here.
We have watched these guys cover 60 miles today, and I am telling you, it has exhausted me as well. Yeah. What I think we could do to improve our podium next time is maybe some chairs.
Maybe some chairs.
Yesterday during rehearsals. Yesterday during rehearsals, someone had asked, "Hey, do you want a chair?" I said, "No, a chair is against the spirit of the competition." Right now, currently, I'm eating those words, but then I look out and I see these guys in the pit that have moved 60 miles today, and I think, you want to know what? I'll stand just a while longer.
Cool. I'll remember that. I'll remember that. Yeah, I'll remember that.
So what kind of reptiles could you possibly see?
What kind of reptiles could they see out on Reptile ID? So yeah, I mean, earlier we met Bam Bam, and macaroni, mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese.
mac and cheese. Yeah, so you know, at least the python, or excuse me, the boa, and then oh man, what kind of? I'm already yeah, albino boa. Thank you. See, I'm already failing my reptile ID. And then yeah, Bam Bam, the 12-year-old dwarf American alligator. Might see him out there, and among other. And I think they said that there's they've kind of posted some hints on social media of what they
Yes.
might be seeing out on Reptile
Yeah.
ID tonight.
So, you know, I think something that's super interesting are there little Easter eggs
Little
that
Easter
the
eggs.
National Ranger Association will post to their social media pages before the competition. And so if you start watching around, you know, even December, January, they'll start posting little things that kind of give you a glimpse into what they're doing. Case in point, you know, Trenton Petty, the director of the National Ranger Association, goes out to the SHOT Show and, you know, takes a picture with some of the guns that are going to be in the competition with no caption, you know, indicating that they're in the competition. But if you're willing to kind of take a look, understand why he's there, understand, you know, that this is really part of the competition already, that he's resourcing this event and that he's taking a picture of that equipment for a reason. But it's just a little Easter egg that if you're a competitor, you're going to go chase after to understand the competition just a little bit better.
Yeah, and the best guys are honing in on it. It's just like we talked about with there's always guys that are looking for some type of edge. They're trying to figure out, you know, what's allowed this year, what's not allowed this year. Oh, they're allowing open food. They're coming up with exactly what their fueling plan is going to be, and instead of having to rely just on MREs. You know, they're always looking for an edge that's going to be relevant for that year. I think the best example you gave was like the Formula One example of like it's legal this year, and we're gonna maximize that. We're gonna squeeze everything out to get every piece of performance we can. That's the kind of people that are here in this competition. And then variables might change next year, and then the best guys are the ones who figure out how to manipulate those variables to get the best performance they can and the best outcome at the competition.
Absolutely. You know, also just want to give a shout out to the teams that are no longer in the pit right now. You know, we had a few teams that started with our top 40 teams that went out today, and for whatever reason, maybe had a medical incident. You know, I know there were a few heat casualties out there. We hope you're doing okay. We hope your family's with you. If the families are out there, please take care of those guys. Get them back in the fight. You know, speaking from experience, I had a partner go down in this competition in 2019 with a core temp of 106.4, hospitalized for the next, you know, 3-4 days as he was stabilized. This competition asks a lot of competitors, and so if you know your ranger came out today, found themselves in an injury, found themselves a little hurt, please, you know, we hope you know that our hopes and prayers are with them right now, that they pulled through, and that they also know that, you know, it is so admirable that they came out here, they put themselves on the line, they fought that hard, they really took their body to the limit, found that limit, and now they're ready to come back, you know, next year, the year after that, and piece it together and know that, you know, it's just a step in the process.
Yeah, and we talked earlier about Sergeant First Class Whitney and his injury in 2024. Unfortunately, on day 2, he was coming off of a wall. It was his meniscus, right?
Yes.
Meniscus. And he unfortunately, regardless of the what's in his heart and soul, he physically cannot continue the competition. Is devastating, but then extremely dedicated in speedy recovery to come back and achieve a second place finish in 2025 is absolutely incredible. It was great to watch, and yeah, he's one of the greats who's figured out how to find the edge, how to recover, how to come back from a loss. Extremely resilient individual who's a mentor for teams that are out here this year, certainly.
Yeah, I think, you know, that is a great point about just the community that surrounds this competition. If you're watching this and you're thinking, you know, next year, yes, next year, and know that all the competitors that you see on the competitor list from this year, if you reach out to them, you ask them questions, they're going to be willing to help you out, because this competition is really about trying to put as many heads together as possible to kind of crack the code out here. And there are so many different aspects to this competition that you'll never find someone that knows all of them, right? Like, just because you're a master at fitness doesn't mean you're a master at marksmanship, doesn't mean you're a master at the technical craft, doesn't mean you're a master at like the ranger history and, you know, the legacy questions that could be asked, or the back pocket knowledge that, you know, Sergeant Major is going to pull out, you know. So there's always someone out there that has a little bit of expertise in a little bit of a different manner, and it's about farming those little pieces over and over and over again in order to be successful long term.
Yeah, and it's figuring out what works too. You know, myself and Sergeant Major Klein, we're both members of the 101st. We were at one of their sessions. I was watching some stuff that they were doing with the cognitive performance team, And I was just like, I was peeking in. I wanted to see what they were up to that day. I get curious. I love Best Ranger. I love hanging around the teams. And they're trying to solve this puzzle. And, you know, I asked the coaches, I was like, hey, am I allowed to give them a clue? I'm just kind of visiting here for the day. Can I give them a clue? Because me and Sergeant Major Klein solved the puzzle. And we're both asking, can we give them a clue? And they're like, fine, you can give them one clue. And I told the competitors, hey, this is during their train up, by the way. It wasn't today, but I told them, like, hey, think about an assumption that you made about this puzzle, and then try to break that assumption.
Yeah.
Because you might be putting limitations on yourself that's actually keeping you from solving the problem. And then like that might influence somebody in like one way and how they think about the problem. Sergeant Major Klein, he said math. He's like, my clue is math, and then they solved it in 2 seconds. So I don't know. I don't really know what, you know. I thought mine worked for me in my brain. His worked for his in his brain, and it worked for them. They solved the problem in 2 seconds using the clue math. But yeah, people look at the problem sets in different ways, and they solve it, and then they share that with other competitors, because we're just trying to figure out how do we solve problems faster and overcome some of the limitations we might be putting on ourselves, especially for those cognitive events.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If we could turn around the camera real quick to just show people the pit.
Yeah, Vince wants a break.
And some of we're not taking a break. And some of the families that are going to be looking at their Rangers. You know, Ranger teams are currently kind of touching base with their coaches. They're touching base with you know, their family members that are coming out, checking in on them. And they are going to start to plan or put together a plan for the night. Teams can really take advantage of this time to reintroduce certain cues, to rethink, you know, what are the things we have to do next to be successful? What is our fueling plan through the night road march? What is our, you know, attack plan for some of these night stakes? You know, if I was in the pit right now, I'd be quizzing my buddy already on some of the vehicle identification or the reptile identification we're going to come in. A lot of this time, you know, becomes a social time with your family, but again, you are still deep in the competition, and some of these competitors are going to take the time to, again, go through their notes, go through the task conditions and standards that they went through during Competitors Week, compare notes, and then say, okay, tonight we cannot forget backblast area clear when we're about to shoot this javelin.
Yeah.
You know, if we forget that, we are a safety no-go at that station, and we can, you know, consider ourselves probably one of the lower team for that event. So there's a lot of planning going on right now. Coaches are talking to their guys. Families are talking to their guys. I know it was always fantastic for me to see my wife out there while I was going through the competition, and kind of lifts your spirits. Especially, again, this thing is ebbs and flows. And if you have this opportunity to spend some time with people you love, sometimes that can raise your spirits, especially before the night road march.
Yeah, and like all this stuff goes back to Ranger basics, like priorities of work. When you have the downtime, how are you using that downtime to better yourself or to get yourself closer to mission accomplishment? If, you know, depending on the amount of stress or the things that these competitors have experienced, these aren't you know, these aren't perfect individuals. They can still fall into those traps of your family hangs around a little bit too long when maybe you should be studying, or like, did you come back and you're happy to see your coaches and they're providing you they're doing an intel dump, but meanwhile you're neglecting changing your socks. Yeah. Like, it just stuff like that pops up, and it's those little blips that allow issues to kind of compound over time. And it's important to be disciplined with, you know, what is our plan? What's our priority of work when we have downtime? Are we studying? Are we changing our socks? Are we getting into something comfortable? Are we throwing on a quick jacket over everything? And the guys who are sticking to their plan and they're maintaining that discipline is what makes them successful in this competition. It's the same discipline that makes them successful as Rangers in the operational force. It's very important, though, for them to realize, hey, I'm about to head into this next phase of the competition. Am I ready? For somebody, if they have all their bases covered and they're now at that point where they're like, all right, it's time to just engage with family and hang out. If that's part of their plan, then absolutely. But yeah, it's a trap. So comfort can be a trap that you fall into when you're trying to prime yourself for the next thing.
Yes, absolutely. Again, we have now 40 Rangers in the pit. They've gone through day one. We are waiting for cuts to 32. We are going to go find out exactly where that scoring process is and try to get you a good answer. I know we were expecting the call-outs at about 9:30. 9:30 has come and gone. So we are going to try to go get that update for you, and then we will be right back to try to bring you the scores of day one, the 2026 Best Ranger competition. Rangers lead the way. Rangers lead the way. Hope you guys are all doing well. We were out there trying to get some more information, trying to talk to some competitors, see what's going on. So currently, Rangers have been instructed to put on their OCPs, all their required equipment in their rucksacks, and pack up their special equipment bag. They are then going to be told who the top 32 teams are. Those top 32 teams will advance into the night road march. We are still waiting to hear who those top 32 teams are, but they are starting to get them ready into movement posture. And then for movement posture, they will make the announcement once the scores are solidified in the center, and then they will begin moving out. Again, if you want to track your Ranger throughout the night, download the Guidon app, download or go to the Black Ohm website. The username and password is on the Guidon app. Please be careful as you enter that username and password to make sure you are entering it correctly so that we do not get kicked off or anybody gets kicked out of the website. And so that we can all track our Rangers tonight as they move from here at Camp Rogers out to Camp Darby. We are going to get started once they make that cut. So again, right now it is 10:28 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Once they make that decision, then they are going to begin the ruck march. And what you can expect tonight is an unknown distance foot march out of these guys. They are going to be moving an unknown distance somewhere out towards Darby or to Darby. The route can always be adjusted by the RIs at any point, so there's no need for these guys to try and guess what the route's going to be. It will be exactly what is intended by R6 and R7, and then they are going to move into Night Stakes. Night Stakes is about 10 events this year. They are going to go through those 10 events, and those 10 events are really going to be technical and cognitively based, not so much physical tonight. But the big physical event they're about to go into is the Unknown Distance Ruck March. It is weighted at a weight of 1.75. That weight of 1.75 exceeds any other weight from any other event tonight. We do have some movement headed towards the pit, I believe, from the Brigade S3, so we might be getting an announcement here soon, and we'll try to tie in with the backside in order to get that also up here on your screen. Once we get it up onto your screen, we will blow it up full screen for you so you can see it. You can then take a screenshot of it. You can send it to Nana, Peepaw, Oma, Opa, Grandma, Grandpa, best friends, some friends, not really friends, but people you want to know that your son, daughter, best friend, whoever is competing in the 42nd annual David E. Grange Best Ranger competition down here in Fort Benning, Georgia. We are going to continue to get you coverage until they step off. Again, we were trying to run around, figure out when those scores could be expected, talk to some teams out there. I will tell you right now, talking to some teams, the only team that I'm still tracking completed all 13 events on day one is Team 55. However, Team 55 had to take a penalty because they got here 15 minutes after the hit time. So we'll see what that penalty was, and then if it was worth it for them to go get the 13th event. The second highest teams are somewhere around 11 or 12 completions of events today, and only about 3 or 4 teams did that. Then we've got another 3 or 4 that did 11, and then it quickly tapers off from there with a few teams here, a few teams that are doing 10, 9, 8. I didn't hear anybody less than 7 events, but again, just to get those events in the heat of the day, to move out there, to get into position is really a feat in and of itself. And we have some teams that have been told by their Black Ohm data that they have moved over 60 miles already on day one. So you have some teams that did maybe 24 to 30 miles for the first opening event, and then continue to do 24 to 30 miles for the rest of Ranger Reckoning. So you have some teams that really put in a lot of time, a lot of movement this today. Again, this will wrap up our day one coverage, and then we'll go into our night one coverage, which is largely our night road march. The night road march is a behemoth if you've never seen it. It is long, it is grueling, it is a brutal event made to test really the will of the Rangers tonight. It is unknown distance, it is dark out there, it is a closed course, there's no one cheering on the side of the road. There's no one pumping you up. It is just you, your ranger buddy, your thoughts, and 32 other teams. Again, right now we're sitting at 40 teams. We are waiting for the official cup down to 32 teams. Yes, that is wild for 60 miles on a day one for some. It is absolutely incredible what these gentlemen, these rangers are capable of, and they're going to continue driving on here very shortly into the unknown distance road march. You can see some of that fog still settling in here over Camp Rogers. The temperature's starting to drop a little bit. We're starting to get cooler temps. That will help some of these rangers come back to life. The heat of the day can really start zapping your energy, and as it gets cold again, it can kind of wake you up, re-energize you, get you back in the flow, and get you moving again. So again, we are waiting for that final score from 40 down to 32. 8 teams will not be going out onto the night road march tonight, and we are awaiting that decision right now. But again, teams are starting to get into PZ posture. They're getting their equipment set. They're getting their rucks set. They're getting their headlamps on as necessary. They're getting their nutrition set into their packs, and then they're going to get ready to move out here pretty quickly on to the night foot march. Legend of the game, Jay Bren's going to be out there commentating, bringing you coverage all night long. So if you have insomnia, just don't like to sleep, or just want to stay up and watch the coverage of the 2026 Best Ranger competition, please stay around and continue to watch the live stream. We will pivot to his live stream tonight, and then we will bring you coverage from that location for the remainder of the night. I'm going to step away for just one moment and then come back to you until we bring you those scores. Please continue to sit tight. We're going to go see if we can grab them, try to bring them back, and we're going to try to get you the scores as soon as possible. Again, once we have them, we'll blow them up on the screen for you to see. That way you can take a screenshot, you can send it to whoever, and then you can always come back to this live broadcast later, scroll to the end, and then see what the results of the day were right there.